Yes, so do you hear us, Federica and Irina? You hear us well. We are all set, everything is fine. We're just waiting for Laura to arrive, and then we will start meeting. But it's no problem because one of the participants, Claudine Maricel, she's ill. So she's excused, and we have one presentation less. So there's time enough. Even, yeah. So we're starting a little bit later. Okay. Okay, now we're starting now. Yeah. If you could record, that would be great. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, good morning, everybody, on this first session of the Association for Borderland Studies World Conference. This is an exciting session titled Social Policies and Welfare for Children and Women in European Borderlands. And you have a list with all participants working at different universities, but you should not be confused because we're all gathered into one project, actually. So, and before we will actually start with the session, I will give you some little bit more information about that project. I hope if I do like this, that you see my screen, you see it on the screen. This is a project that gathers us all. And here, the person walking in is actually the principal investigator of this very project. It's a project financed by the European Research Council as an advanced grant, and with Laura Lidon in the leading seat. And so we are all working on either on the history of children, of women, or of veterans in specific European borderlands. And so we decided to come forward on this conference with two sessions. There is one session today on children and women, and there will be another one on Thursday on veterans, and they all belong together. And we are this group of scholars, actually. And before we start, we can also show you the trailer. There was a very nice, fancy trailer made of the project, and we brought it with us. And it takes 19 seconds, so it's 1.5 minutes, and it gives you a little bit of an overview of this project. And I hope this will work. Yeah. This is the trailer. And we're halfway the project. The project is 5 years, and we're exactly in the middle of the project. And we're now thinking about kind of outputs we're going to have. And we are thinking about a special issue on children and possibly also women. And so the main questions of this special issue or guiding, we gave them to all of the participants in the session to reflect about it. So to present their case study, but also reflect about the bigger question lying behind it. And it's a very simple question. It's we have the field of social welfare studies, you have the field of border studies. They meet in this project. So what does it mean? How is social welfare that is offered to children and women affected by borders? That's the most basic question you can ask. So what kind of difference if does bordering provoke in this constellations of welfare you have? And welfare is always a constellation of private and public actors, and we are speaking in general about state institutions, associations, and then also families. And so how all of that plays in specific borderlands. And that's enough of an input. I'm now going first to give the floor to the principal investigator of this project, who is Laura Dons, working professor at the European University Institute in Florence. And she's very well placed to be the principal investigator because she spans both. She has been working on welfare history, both from the perspective of gender studies and from the perspective of children. And so I'm just going to mention 2 books. One book is then about gender. So the title is Manufacturing Equality, Gender Divisions in French and British Metal Industry. And then a second focus of her was then this history of children. So she has been working on these vacations for children, colonie de vacances in French, and so the title of this book in English is Childhood in the Promised Land. And I think that will do for now. So maybe I can put up your presentation here. Maybe you could just come up and
there is. Yes. Should I maybe not make a presentation of the project since Marcel has already done
it? You could come up, and here is if you want, I can go through your slides, or you could do it.
I think yeah, I think I will keep the my presentation since you just did such a great job presenting the project. I'm not going to do that, and instead I will, as Martel just said, we're really in this conference we are presenting today our case studies on working class women and children, and on Thursday afternoon we'll be presenting our case studies on veterans. We have many. So maybe I'll come and sit here so that I can see Irina and begin by presenting a part of my own case study on gender, social action, and politics in the northeastern Adriatic borderlands from about 1890 to the end of the 1970s. And here is my borderland. I can actually show it to you. I don't know how intimately you know this region, but this whole area, which was part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, it was called the Austrian Littoral, was given to Italy in was promised to Italy in 1915. And so Italy eventually claimed both this area, which is called the Sud Tirol. Over here, Italy already had Venice, and then this area, which is much of which is present day Slovenia and Croatia. So it's basically the coastal areas that Italy acquired at the end of World War II. The city of Trieste, which had been an Austro-Hungarian city. And these towns of Monfalcone, which is a shipbuilding city, Gorizia, and the whole Isonzo region. And this area was largely populated by Slovenian villages, and in Istria and South, Zadar and all, Croatian villages. But also there were many people who referred to themselves as Italians, although actually what they spoke was Veneto, not Italian, but in any event. So it's a classic borderland. It's mixed up, it's a mess. And in the region that I'm looking at the time that I'm looking at this region, it's a post-imperial borderland. So I'm using one principal organization, which is called the Opera Nazionale Assistenza all'Italia Redenta, which I will refer to as ONER, its acronym. And this organization enjoyed an unusually long life in Italy's northeastern borderlands. Indeed, it managed to successfully navigate the numerous regimes which rose and fell in this highly contested border region from 1919 to 1978. All the while, I continued, this organization delivered social services, mostly to children, in the form of nursery schools, school meals, and medical services to young children and their families, especially their mothers. We can move to slide number 3 now. Today, I'm going to focus on the association's early years, a very dense and eventful period that lasted from mid-July 1919 to late October 1924. And I'm using this exceptionally rich case study to explore how new borders and a new political order immediately manifested themselves in local welfare provision. I thus hope to offer a convincing and empirically rooted demonstration of one pathway by which welfare practices shaped bordering processes, and bordering processes in turn shaped welfare. In an early 20th century Southeastern European border region that was at once a post-imperial space and a contact/conflict zone between Slovenians, Croatians, and Veneto-speaking Italians. Now, when ONER's first 18 volunteers, all of them women, arrived in Trieste in July of 1919, they formed the spearhead of a wide-ranging civilian relief initiative in the impoverished, war-torn, and conflict-ridden Venezia Giulia. This region that I was showing you was the principal battleground between Italy and Austria during the First World War. And as the fighting was fierce, much of the housing was destroyed. People were bombed out, homeless. It was, it was like a war. It was bad. So ONER came in to try and deliver some relief. Beyond the emergency distribution of food, clothing, and medicine lay a longer-term socio-medical and educative project of ministering to the region's very poorest women and children with an eye to conquering their loyalties for Italy's expansive nationalist and nationalizing program. As many of the organizations already active in the region targeted children of primary school age, particularly orphans, the ONER set its sights on a younger population, creating nursery schools where the women of the association fed, clothed, and educated in Italian the young children, aged 3 to 6, of local Slavophone and mixed language families, while offering their mothers paid work making clothing in the organization's numerous sewing and knitting workshops. This organization was the brainchild of the Duchessa Elena d'Aosta, who was a member of the Italian royal family. And the ONER was in its origins an overwhelmingly female organization, an organization of nurses, in fact, of nurses who had all seen service on the front lines during the First World War. And in its early days, it was also an organization which drew many of its volunteers from Italy's social and political elites. But this would soon change as the aristocrats shifted the base of their participation from the Upper Adriatic region back to Rome or to their home districts, replacing their well-heeled boots on the ground with long-distance financial and moral support, while the local ONER branch, whose seat was in Trieste, came to rely increasingly on women and a few men from the local middle and small town lower middle classes. The elite, largely aristocratic makeup of ONER's first group of cadre, including a member of the royal family, signals that the association had close ties to the state, and as we shall see, to the army as well. Now, this may not fit everybody's idea of a civil society organization, but it's by no means an isolated example in 20th century Europe. These kinds of connections between armies or states and associations in the realm of welfare, at least, was not at all uncommon. Moreover, the ONER's close collaboration with the occupying army and the General Civil Commissariat that succeeded it reminds us of the many forms that state takes in borderland regions: imperial, absent, weak, occupying army, etc. Let's step back for a moment and take a quick look at the context in which these women arrived in or returned to this war-devastated region. We can have a slide number 4, please. This region that I showed you in the first slide, the Julian March, was renamed Venezia Giulia by an Italian state which anticipated gaining full possession of the region in the post-war, post-Versailles redrawing of borders in 1919 to 1920. And as I mentioned, this region had seen some of the most punishing battles of the war. Farms, villages, and towns were repeatedly crisscrossed by the opposing armies, occupied by troops, and often severely bombed, leaving thousands of civilians homeless or displaced, even as the reach of Habsburg aid associations shrank dramatically. The end of the war signaled the passage of this region from the southeastern fringes of the Habsburg Empire to the newly formed Yugoslavian state, the royal state on the one hand, and the newly expanded Italian one on the other. The recent history of war and imperial collapse profoundly destabilized local relations between state and civil society. Already frayed by 1916 to 17, thanks to growing wartime difficulties in provisioning regional towns, notably Trieste, the collapse of the Habsburg Empire at the end of October 1918 led swiftly to a crisis in the rule of law and of the legitimate monopoly of violence. Nearly 2 weeks before the armistice, striking workers were taking to the streets in the thousands, while returning prisoners of war rioted, looting shops and warehouses in Trieste as early as 31 October. While the occupying Italian army was able to control civil strife until its withdrawal in early August 1919, the General Civil Commissariat, which remained in the region to represent Italian state authority, proved far less successful in quelling the recurring bouts of social and political conflict that racked the entire region over the next 3 to 4 years, and notably struggles between socialist workers on the one hand and the fascist arditi, the groups of demobilized or soldiers who refused to demobilize and became early shock troops of the fascist movement. So a lot going on. This created very difficult conditions of work for
the Italia Redenta, my activists in this ONER association. And more importantly, it shaped their understanding of what the nationalist mission to the Julian region meant in everyday on-the-ground terms. Italia Redenta's humanitarian action was also an eminently political and nationalist one, concerned with the patriotic penetration of Venezia Giulia's Slavophone population and their assimilation into the Italian nation via socio-medical assistance and language instruction, especially to the very young. In a region that had been laid waste by 4 years of war, ONER's initial campaign to penetrate the region via social action was facilitated by the extraordinarily widespread need for assistance of every kind and the inability of local institutions and authorities to meet that need on their own. Indeed, with the collapse of empire and the consequent loss of its financial support, local authorities found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer depth and breadth of misery that stalked their towns and villages. High levels of unemployment and infant mortality, thousands of orphaned and abandoned children, an illegitimate birth rate that was 3 to 4 times higher than the average for the rest of Italy, and the widespread destruction of public and private buildings had filled the streets with hungry people, many of them women and children, begging openly or prowling in search of food. Under such conditions, municipal authorities often welcomed the Italia Redenta, whether or not they had reservations about the association's ulterior goal of Italianizing the region, as many of them surely did. We could go to slide 5 now, please. Thank you, Machteld. ONER's initial brief was assistance to what Italians call la prima infanzia, which means babies and children under the age of 7. But also to their mothers. Hence the initial focus on putting mothers to work while caring for their children in daycare centers that were attached to the ONER workshops. In a region ravaged by malaria and tuberculosis and beset by high levels of malnutrition, the women of Italia Redenta were immediately obliged to expand their mission to include badly needed medical services to mothers and young children. These latter were delivered via a network of dispensaries and walk-in clinics that were attached to several of the larger ONER nursery schools. We can move to slide 6 now. Thank you. Thanks to their shrewd policy of working in close collaboration with the General Civil Commissariat and the relevant municipal authorities, ONER activists were able to move with remarkable agility. Having already established an important beachhead in Trieste in early October 1919, Italia Redenta went on in November to open 4 nursery, school, workshop, medical clinic complexes in several of the most important frontier towns, including Gorizia, Monfalcone, Tolmino, and Gradisca. Over the next 5 years, the ONER would function as a kind of nursery school startup, organizing schools and polyvalent health, education, and welfare centers that were attached to those schools. They organized 15 of these in towns, villages, and port cities from the Alto Isonzo, which is up near the Alps, to the Adriatic shore. Alongside their startup activity, Italia Redenta offered material and technical assistance to a wide range of existing socio-medical and educational institutions across the entire region. These latter were chosen with an eye to supporting these structures that might affect the life chances of very young children who were the association's central concern. So we can now move to slide 7. Have no fear, it's not going to be that much longer. So Italia Redenta activists were particularly concerned with the harsh fate of the region's many illegitimate babies who were either abandoned at birth by their young unmarried mothers or thrown onto the streets with their mothers by families for whom both mother and child were a daily reminder of the shame that their daughters' illegitimate unions had brought onto the entire household. As ONAIR's regional inspector, Clara Valli, reported in December 1921, and I quote, "The problem of infants born and abandoned in misery is of particular interest to the ONAIR, which, while carrying out its action in this region, has often witnessed the lacerating spectacle of a baby abandoned at birth, or a young mother and her infant rejected by her family because the child is the fruit of an illegitimate union. There are no hospitals to receive them, no assistance of any kind, and they have no hope of sustaining themselves through work in order to support what she called another being, in capital letters, another being." End quote. The lack of homes for abandoned infants, what the Italians call brefotrofi, which are foundling hospitals, so the lack of these brefotrofi in these formerly Habsburg lands swiftly spurred the ONAIR to action. By December 1919, Valli had installed a modernized version of this traditional, ancient, goes back to the late Middle Ages, Italian institution. But instead of calling it a brefotrofo, they called it the Casa Materna. And they installed it in a small hospital that abutted the organization's headquarters. Here, 16 mothers, most of them unwed, and 22 nurslings, some of them orphaned or abandoned, were housed and cared for by ONAIR's trained staff. Remember, they're nurses. Oppressed by the desperately poor public health conditions in the region, Italia Redenta pioneered two forms of social assistance that were new to Italy at the time. The first of these was the nursery school complex, which placed the school at the heart of a larger polyvalent health, education, and welfare center. An unusual structure that doubtless owes its shape to the fact that the initial organizers of this socio-educational initiative were nurses rather than teachers. The second was the Casa Materna, which, even though it had its roots in something very old, was significantly altered by the ONAIR, modernized in many ways. They delivered the most modern child care, baby care, called puericultura. And they also sheltered the mothers with abandoned babies. And the Casa Materna, with its novel structures of mother and infant welfare, would be faithfully reproduced some 10 years later by fascist Italy's premier child welfare organization called the Opera Nazionale Maternità e Infanzia. So like the liberal national government in Rome and its regional representatives in the General Civil Commissariat, the first wave of ONAIR activists understood the Venezia Giulia's particularity, in part through its Habsburg heritage of law and custom. This emerged clearly in discussions of the Casa Materna, which was hastily installed to meet what struck ONAIR activists as a crying need for brefotrofi in a land where there were none. Though well aware that under still valid Habsburg law, unwed mothers and their families had the right, if rarely the means, to sue the fathers of their illegitimate children for child support, ONAIR activists did not turn their efforts to supporting paternity suits. Rather, they opted to support unwed mothers through practical measures like shelter, food, medical care, and eventually the opportunity to earn a small wage. Slide 8, please. The decision to implant an updated version of a traditional Italian institution, the brefotrofio, rather than giving unwed mothers free legal assistance to pursue the absent fathers under still valid Habsburg law, also signals the ONAIR's larger ambition to reframe single motherhood as a moral question rather than a legal one. Instead of seeking redress in the courts, unwed mothers and their infants were to be cared for and disciplined by the community. So slide number 9, please. ONAIR's welfare strategy regarding unwed mothers was thus a way to mark the terrain politically, to announce the arrival of a new moral and political order in the Venezia Giulia, grounded in the modernization of a traditional Italian and Catholic instrument of disciplinary care, while supplanting and effacing the technically still valid Habsburg option of suing for paternity. And Italian law would not be applied in Venezia Giulia until January of 1923, which is, more than 3 years after the armistice. Actually, more than 4 years after the armistice. So it was, in other words, a way to Italianize the region via new models of social assistance in these post-imperial Habsburg borderlands. And I quote Caravalli once again: "If the opera can build this, the only nursling hospital in Trieste, and then implant 12 more like it in the Venezia Giulia, Italia Redenta will have given a benefit of unquestionable value to this region." And she wrote this in a letter to the executive council of the ONAIR back in Rome, hoping to gain both moral and financial support for this unexpected venture taken on Valli's initiative when the opportunity to create such a hospital presented itself. Although the ONAIR did support the venture for the first several years, ultimately the Casa Materna was not going to be a permanent institution of this association. It was not destined to be. For in early December of 1922, just weeks after the fascist march on Rome and Mussolini's forced descent to prime minister, the Duchessa Elena d'Aosta announced to her team a radical shift in ONAIR's strategy. Henceforth, the organization would relinquish all institutions established in urban centers like Trieste or Gorizia, where the population was already largely Italian-speaking, even though their first language was likely to have been Slovenian, German, Hungarian, Croatian, Czech, Greek, or Serbian. Nonetheless, the ONAIR social services were going to be constructed in the countryside only. And they were to close all of their nursery schools in the city or turn them over to the municipal authorities, actually was what they were supposed to do. Turn them over to the municipal authorities and focus their action exclusively on remote and rural small town areas where non-Italian speakers constituted an important, often dominant percentage of the population. As a consequence, initiatives like the Casa Materna, no matter how successful or badly needed, would cease to be a part of ONAIR's brief. Henceforth, the association will be confined to creating and running Italian language nursery schools, targeting Slavophone and mixed language children in particular, in accordance with the new government's plans for implementing more forcible strategies of assimilation in Italy's new frontier regions. And they did precisely this. If we look forward to the late 1930s, beginning of World War II, the ONAIR went from having 15 nursery school complexes to 210 in the region. So they were efficient organizers. In late March 1923, then, the ONAIR handed its Casa Materna over to Trieste's Association for the Defense of Minors over loud objection from its founder, Caravalli. This association quickly transformed the Casa Materna into an orphanage, leaving unwed mothers outside the ambit of care and social discipline. Valli objected one last time, then resigned and disappeared from the ONAIR altogether. Her last trace in the archive coincides with her last day of service on 30 April 1923, when she was officially replaced by her assistant, whose ideas about ONAIR's mission in the region were more congruent with those of the new fascist regime. 6 months later, in October of 1923, the Gentile reform of Italian education placed the nursery school at the core of early childhood education, transforming what had functioned essentially as daycare into schools of the so-called preparatory grade for elementary education. Oh, sorry. We should be on slide 12 by now. Sorry. Autumn 1924 saw some further changes in ONER's central executive body in Rome, followed by the association's promotion on 24 October 1924 to the status of an ente morale, that is a parastatal agency, a parastatal private but also public agency. It's an interesting blend. Entrusted with delivering nursery school education in Italy's new frontier regions. Slide 13, and that's our last one. If Italy's post-war occupation of the former La Habsburg littoral had provoked one sea change in the kinds of welfare services provided in the region, the political crisis of autumn 1922 soon provoked another. For Clara Valley's loss in the face of Rome's new masters marked a profound shift in the orientation of ONER's Upper Adriatic branch. Hence, the conflict that suddenly erupted over the Casa Materna in January 1923 was not a mere blip on the road to ONER's self-appointed destiny as the Upper Adriatic's primary nursery school provider. On the contrary, it was a defeat that interrupted the previous, more organic development of this polyvalent aid organization under Clara Valley's adroit leadership and reset that development on a more narrowly focused path, one that was dictated not by the local needs, desires, and opportunities, but rather by the new national government's plans for implementing more forcible strategies of assimilation in Italy's new frontier regions. Thank you for your attention.
Can you give an explanation about the pictures on this?
Oh,
slide?
yeah. So here we have these are the nursery schools. I have two pictures. Meron is up in the Alto Adige, so it's in the former. It's in a region that is both German and Italian speaking. Although it was overwhelmingly German speaking, 90% German speaking, 10% Italian speaking, nonetheless became part of Italy, right? So anyway, this is an ONER school in the 1930s, mid-1930s, and issues of hygiene, teaching children good hygiene, proper hygiene, and combing the lice out of their hair and that kind of thing, were a large part of what you did in what teachers did was they taught the kids, they gave the kids lessons in hygiene, but they also taught them their letters, how beginnings of reading and writing. So there was a combination. And they played outdoors too. Being outdoors in the sunshine was very important, as we'll see with the next slide, next and final slide. This is Caporetto, Kobarid in Slovenian, and this is the town, of course, where the Italian army was defeated in October of 1917. But nonetheless, since the Austrian Empire collapsed, the Italians took this more alpine area as well, close to the Austrian border. And here are children once again washing their hands, but doing it outdoors in the sunshine. I mentioned that there were certain illnesses, like in the mountains, not so much malaria, but down by the Adriatic, yes. and also tuberculosis. And so sunshine and good fresh mountain air was, very good regarded as really good for these kids. And so here they are in their little school smocks, washing their hands. So, okay.
Thank you very much, Laura.
Thank you.
We will directly move on to the second presentation and take questions after the presentations. So our second presenter is, do you want to go, Dominica, now? I thought Federica is on the program.
Sorry.
Okay. So we're moving from the person who actually designed this project from the very start to the person who was the last one to join us. So it's a different stage of the research actually. So Federica, who is online with us, she's going to present on the Luxembourg borderlands and on the children's castle in Luxembourg. And Federica just recently defended her PhD at the University of Lausanne. And she is an historian and an anthropologist. And so she's working on this project since mid-2022. And she will actually, she's employed in Italy at the European University Institute, but she now recently received a fellowship and she will actually come to Luxembourg in the autumn of 2023 in order to do more empirical research to actually be able to do more like archival research. Federica, do you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, would it be fine for you that you that I run your PowerPoint presentation and you say next slide, please? That'd be fine for you.
Okay, we can try. Yes.
Okay, so go ahead. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, I hope you hear me well. So, thank you very much, Martel, for the introduction, and Laura for the presentation. So, as Martel just said, we are now moving northward from Italy. That was the geographical region where Laura is developing her case study. And we are so landing in Luxembourg, and I will be presenting for the time being these case studies that I'm working on. That is the Children's Castle or the Kannerschloss. And I will say more about the name in a few slides. So I'm focusing on these institutions for children. And I'm focusing on the transnational educational practices that are developing there. So just to contextualize a little bit the Kannerschloss in the broader socio-border project, as Magda said at the beginning, we are focusing on 3 groups of beneficiaries of social provisions that are working class women, veterans, and children. So I'm situated in this last field, and I'm focusing on social protection for children, especially in Luxembourg. And as the colleagues of the Socio Board, I'm also adopting a bottom-up approach to social protection, focusing mostly on local actors. And the idea is to go beyond a state-centered approach on welfare provisions. You can go to the next slide, thanks. So I would like to say just a few words about the project, and starting with this visual that I put here as a background picture. On the right side, we see a statue that is actually one of the symbols of this Kannerschloss. And nowadays, this statue is also in the current premises of the children castle, although it moved from the castle that we see in the background picture at the border between the blue part of the picture and the original color picture. So this is actually a picture that I found in the archives of the Kannerschloss, and that shows how it was when this, like how the premises were when this Kannerschloss was founded. And under the statue, we see Zusem, and that is the name of Solov or Sanem, so the village where this Kannerschloss is situated. We can move, thanks. So this second visual shows where I'm actually doing the research. That is Luxembourg, but not Luxembourg City, a bit southern at the border with France and also far from Belgium, especially in the municipality of Esch-sur-Alzette. Thank you, Martin. Exactly where the red part is tracking and localizing the area where I'm working. So my job for this case study is to retrace the history of the Cannegelas, of this institution, from its beginning, that is 1949, until let's say 1980s. And the idea is to develop a transnational history of welfare ideas and practices at the borderlands. So what is the Cannegelas? Today, it's a secular institution with a diversified offer that includes prevention, counseling, consultation, pedagogical and therapeutic measures based in Sanem, as I said before. So this is how it looks today, but we will see that it's like consultation and counseling that came into the picture just recently. So please stay on that slide. So the objectives of this case study is to retrace and to disclose imaginaries and mobilities of people, educational ideas and practices, and try to also understand these bottom-up developments of welfare infrastructures, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. We can move, thanks, to the next slide. So in terms of corpus of data that I'm analyzing, I'm working in the archives of the Cannegelas, which compile a series of memos that were written by the employers, newspaper articles, pictures, and also some videos. In addition to these archives, I'm also working with Ulla Peter Archives, that was a professor at the Institute of Social Research and Intervention at the University of Luxembourg, who is now retired. And these archives are now integrated actually in the archives of the Cannegelas. And in addition to these archival sources, I will be also conducting oral history interviews with past and present practitioners of the place, so to complement the material that I'm finding in the archives. I think we can move to the next slide. Thank you. So here I try to retrace visually a little bit the developments of the place, beginning from 1949, as I said. That was a crucial date because the castle was bought by the municipality of Esch-sur-Alzette with the idea to transform it, let's use this word for the moment, orphanage. And then between 1950 and 1951, there were several meetings that occurred with the idea to set the ground and the basis of the pedagogical project that is the Cannegelas. And the principle on which this children's castle was based were that of secularity, of diversity, of commonality, and of integration. And we will see in a few slides how actually these principles were implemented. Then in 1951, the first group of 40 children actually moved into the castle. And then there were 30 years of activities led by the Cannegelas and the municipality. Then in the 1980s, the Ministry of Family Affairs came into the picture because it started to take over the provisions for children, and the property of the castle was transferred to the government, also because the Cannegelas has some financial troubles. And it started the decentralization process that ended at the end of the 1990s. When the castle, so the mid-90s, actually, the castle moved from the castle that we saw in the first picture to the new premises, still in Sanem, but it's a different kind of infrastructure. And they started to also open a new children's home in other villages, and also to offer new activities, like what I said before, the counseling for parents and the consultation for the family at large. We can move to the next, thank you. So to go a little bit deeper in these blue boxes that we just saw now, As we said, in 1949, the city of Esch-sur-Alzette decided to buy the castle from a noble family. And here now we can see a better picture of how this castle looked like. And the idea of buy this castle was actually driven by this political figure that was the city mayor, Michel Raskin, that trusted this project to oppose the practices in place in another orphanage, that is the Hospice de Reims, that was the state orphanage in Luxembourg City. And the idea was, because in this Hospice de Reims, there were actually different people who converged. There were children, there were sick people, there were prisoners, there were also dead people, there was a cemetery there. And so the idea was to really oppose this project already in place, not so far, in the Luxembourg city, with a completely new project inspired by other principles that we will see in the next slide. And if you remember in this transition between 1949 and 1951, so when we bought the castle was bought and when the first group of children came, in 1950 there were a set of discussions to set these principles. And one of the discussion also was based on the name to give to this place. And that's why at the beginning I said, let's say orphanage for the moment, because one of these discussion actually was focused on the name. And the idea was not to use orphanage, but rather to propose a different name that was organisme pédagogique, so educational organization. And Cannes came out, so it means really children's castle, because it was also easy to remember and it was therefore easy to enter into the media, public and political discourses. And at the beginning of this project, so the Cannes was dedicated to people living in Esch-sur-Alzette and aged from the age of 3 until independence. So meaning that even adults, like younger, let's say young adults, could continue to receive a support from the Cannes. And then in 1951, so this first group of 14 children, aged 11-13, entered the castle, followed by a second and a third. And the fourth group only entered in 1965. And here I put 2 dates because this project of integrating a new group that was only for women aged 16-21 started actually in 1959 with also the idea to build a new pavilion that could host this new group of young adults. And this new pavilion with this new group was actually driven by this association that we see at the end of the bullet points that was established in 1958, that is Les Amis du Cannes, who was a group of citizens who decided to found this association thanks to the success actually that this pedagogical project had in the first 7 years of its existence. And therefore they decided to create this association to support financially, but also morally, let's say, the activities of the Cannes. We can move to the next. So with this slide, I just would like to set a few of the driving principles of this educational, driving and grounding principle of this educational project that is the Cannes, especially at the beginning. So it was inspired by the Cité de l'Enfance in Marcinelle, so in the nearby Belgium, that was established in 1939 and 1940, and that was proposed by UNICEF as a model for the new orphanages that were prospering in Europe. And why it was that? Because this Cité de l'Enfance was actually trying to break in with orphanage barracks, meaning a big infrastructure hosting people, but in a kind of military way. And to oppose or to go beyond this orphanage barracks model, the idea was to create a familiar environment through the creation of family units, inspired by some examples that were starting to grow in UK. So these family units actually also had a gender dimension because every unit was guided by mères de famille, so mothers, and therefore only women could apply to this call for educators that were proposed by the Kanishlas, meaning that there only single women could apply, either because they were not married or because they lost their husbands. And in addition to this gender dimension, this idea of family units had also an idea of communal living. So to oppose these orphanage barracks where hundreds of people lived together, this family unit could count a maximum amount of 15 children who were living or sleeping in a 2-5 bedroom maximum. So these were three of the main driving principles of this educational project, in addition to the secular nature of the institution, the mixity, so the infrastructure was dedicated for both men and women. And there was also this idea of integration that was implemented through the decision not to use uniforms, so the children could mix with the other children of the village, and also with the fact that the children did not receive an education within the institution, but they went to public school in the village so that they could meet the children, the other children of the village. And this principles were driven by new perspectives on childhood and especially educational practices based on the well-being of the child, the development of the child into an independent and socially integrated adult, and also with the idea of provide an individually tailored education. We can move to the almost final slide. There were some driving actors in this pedagogical project. So we saw at the beginning the mayor, also les Amis du Kanishlas, but there were also other groups like the Cercle d'études pour l'enfance inadaptée that was established in Luxembourg in 1948. And in Europe, there were some others examples of this, like in Sweden. And they were a group of educators, mostly, at least for the case of Luxembourg. And they came with real proposition for the government to reform educational practices for children in distress. And this circle was actually inspired by the International Federation of Educative Communities, so la Fédération de Communautés d'Enfants, that was actually born to reply to the challenges of displaced children after World War II, when we witnessed displaced children all over Europe. So meaning a lot of mixity in terms of national backgrounds, languages, and so also cultural backgrounds. We can move to the final slide, thanks. So just some conclusive thoughts for the material that I have, because as Magda said, I'm just at the beginning, so this is an embryo project for the moment. I would say this first analysis of the Kanishlas history reveals already some transnational influences and also international developments of children's social provisions in Europe, at least from the 1950s on. And it also reveals the role played by citizens, municipalities, and associations as driving actors of the changing practices. So this is for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Federica. You have already done a tremendous amount of work in a couple of months.
Thank
you very much for that. I think this is Dominica's presentation. So Dominica is a third presenter, and she is a postdoctoral researcher working on social boards full-time for 5 years. So she's very much also in the driving seat on the project as well, next to Laura Lee-Jones. And she is by training a gender historian, but has now moved on, focusing also on the welfare of children. And here are some first findings of working 2 years on this, the third borderlands we're focusing on, which is this Polish-Ukrainian borderlands. So we had already a presentation on the Adriatic, a presentation on this French/Luxembourg/German/Belgian borderlands, and now we're moving up to Polish Ukrainian borderlands with Dominica.
Thank you very much. The Socioboard project's inquiries are conducted through several case studies. So the challenge for the research design in such a way is to work out a framework or set of concepts that would bring findings from very different European borderlands into a coherent whole. And in my presentation, I would like to share with you two tools approaches that some of us are testing in our individual examinations to achieve hopefully the set coherency in the end. So in the first part of the presentation, I will introduce a concept of a borderland welfare as a heterotopia and a concept of boundary making processes in social provision as a bordering practice. And in the second part, I would like to show you how I began applying these concepts when interpreting archival materials that I deal in my research on children welfare in the post-Second World War Polish-Ukrainian borderland. And with these specific materials, I began working this late summer. In the wider sense, the Socioboard projects ask what the category of a border brings to our understanding of European past and present welfare regimes. And in the mainstream literature on the subject, the European modern welfare regimes have been for long conceived as the statutory schemes of provision. And what follows, they have been discussed from the point of view of the central state's legislation and practices, and often are referred to as national welfare systems. This state-centric approach, thank you, Marta. This state-centric approach has been subsequently challenged by the notion of mixed economies of welfare, which discuss the presence of multiple welfare public and private actors that are involved in co-creation of national schemes, albeit the weight of these various participants differed from a context to context. The Socioboard project builds on the insights of both mentioned approaches. However, from the point of view of what we try to do and what we try to investigate, the particularly stimulating insights have been offered by the political science and policy studies research that explicitly locates itself at the nexus of welfare studies and border studies. And first and foremost, this type of research starts from and builds upon a recognition that any national welfare system is a bordered entity and a bordering practice. And this approach brings forward what largely remains undiscussed in the mainstream analysis of national welfare system, which is that whatever happened within these schemes of provision is always informed by and in reference to the state borders. Therefore, statutory welfare systems or national mixed economies of welfare are intrinsically a state border phenomenon. And in the view of this proposition, our project, which aims at writing a history of European welfare from a perspective of the continent's borderlands, is challenged by a set of questions, but among them is the question how to differentiate between bordered national mixed economies of welfare and borderland welfare systems, as we declare when we submitted the project to the European Commission for funding. So when I look at our projects from the bird's eye point of view, I think that we seek cases in which welfare and a state border entangle to an extent that leads to appearance of a specific welfare scheme that, while being part of national mixed economies of welfare, and sometimes it's not part of one national, but 2 or 3 national welfare systems, it nevertheless stands out. And a couple of years ago, I saw Martel applying the concept of heterotopia in her publication, in her research on children in interwar Europe. And then I go back to Foucault, read the concept again, and I thought that maybe it will be helpful in capturing, in explaining the status of borderland welfare regimes vis-a-vis other welfare regimes. And in a nutshell, heterotopias refer to certain cultural, institutional, and discursive spaces that are somehow other. They are disturbing, intense, incompatible, contradictory, and or transforming. Heterotopias are also defined or referred to as words within words, mirroring and yet upsetting what is outside. And for me, this concept of heterotopia help us to save borderland welfare regimes from the cabinets of curiosities, because otherwise it will be that we have a collection of case studies that are very intriguing, and some of them are very intriguing, but they are these curiosities detached from larger problems. So as I said, because these case studies are as much as they are intriguing in themselves, we hope that more importantly, borderland welfares offer a critical commentary on assumptions, attitudes, or omissions in national mixed economies of welfare. Thus, the concept of heterotopia hopefully is helping to establish a link between borderland welfare provision, a productive link between borderland welfare provision and the bordered national mixed economies of welfare. And now the second puzzle is how to research, what research methods to apply to conduct analysis of borderland welfares as commentaries of larger regional, national, or international welfare systems. So right now, during the analysis, I propose to differentiate between boundary making processes and bordering practices. And the notion of bordering acknowledges dynamic spatial and temporal characteristic of a state border and refers to a wide range of operations around political borders, such as their creation, maintenance, strengthening, contestation, and so on. Boundary making or boundaries making in my case or in our cases refers to operations that take place specifically in the domain of social provision. These operations comprise acts of fragmenting, clustering, and classifying that turn the populace into separate categories of welfare recipients. Boundary making is an enabler as much of a straightforward charitable act on behalf of one category of recipients as a highly elaborated national welfare system that aim at addressing a wide range of citizens and their assumed needs. Fragmenting the population into manageable categories of beneficiaries is thus a constitutive element of welfare operations, any welfare scheme. However, the principles of creating these categories of recipients, for example, differ across time and place, thereby calling for identifying and examining specific epistemologies of recipients and providers that the social assistance scheme employs. The changing principles according to which assistance recipients are grouped is preceded by shifts in the corresponding welfare epistemologies. These are ongoing processes during which individuals or whole groups of populations can be included in an assistance scheme, move between categories of welfare recipients, or fall out of a system temporarily or definitely. Besides evolving character of welfare schemes over time, a concept of mixed economies of welfare infers the coexistence of multiple epistemologies of recipients and providers on local and central state levels, which distinctive practices of provision and outcomes can overlap, clash, or complement one another. The concepts of boundary making and the epistemologies of welfare, that is, context-bound knowledges of a social problem, a beneficiary, a provider, or a justification for assistance, cover a broad range of attitudes, ideologies, approaches, and logics for provision, and a historically contingent term of a deserving or undeserving poor, which we used in the project's earlier stages. So, being located at the nexus of welfare studies and border studies, Sociobot seeks instances when boundary-making practices and bordering practices are entangled. It entails examinations of ways They reveal borderland welfare epistemologies, boundary making processes, and social provision practices with their specific inbuilt values, prejudices, judgments, assumptions, and forms of inclusion and exclusion relate to state borders operation. And importantly, if I wish to capitalize on conceptualizing a borderland welfare as heterotopias, and what it can bring to the study of national mixed economies of welfare, then it requires that what I found about borderland welfare is confronted, that I need to confront what I learned on patterns of boundary making in my specific case study with the patterns of boundary making in larger national or international schemes of provision. So the critical and transformative potential of borderland welfare's heterotopias is revealed through comparative analysis of welfare epistemologies and practices of provision in at least two systems, this back and forth movement. And now I would like to share with you how this way of thinking on borderlands, welfare as heterotopias, and boundary making as a bordering practice, how it's helping me in my research on children welfare in the Polish-Ukrainian borderlands. Specifically, I focus on the Podkarpackie Voivodeship, which is more or less this quite small region on the Polish side of the border. And for now, I stay in this region. Hopefully, the war will end soon and I be able to move across the border. But this is the step. Yes, and so today I will comment on the Podkarpackie Voivodeship in the Polish communist state between 1944 and 1950. And I will do this through referring to the documents that were submitted to the municipalities and local state agencies that were present back then, functioning back then in the region. I look at these institutions as focal points that receive directives from the central state on the one hand, and responses from local non-state welfare actors on the other hand. May I ask you how I'm doing with time, because I forgot. It's 7. So a few words about the selected borderland. The Podkarpackie region in this particular geo-administrative parameters emerged as an outcome of the Yalta and Potsdam international conferences, during which the new territory of the communist Polish state was drawn and ratified. The new Polish state borders were a dramatic departure from the political borders of the interwar Polish state, and the Polish-Ukrainian border soon proved to be the most contentious one. Actually, we often referred it to as a Polish-Ukrainian, but the contestation was unfolding along Polish-Ukrainian border and also partially along Polish and then Czechoslovakian one, to be precise. Yes, so due to its immediate proximity to the state border, the Podkarpackie region became a space of prolonged violent confrontations between Poles and Ukrainians, as both national groups demanded the placement of the border should be amended. The outburst of the violence between the two populations during the Second World War and after was but one manifestation in the long history of tensions between the two national groups, and these tensions dated back to the period of the Habsburg Empire. In addition, until the end of the 1940s, the Podkarpackie region also became a transit space for masses of Poles and Polish Jews relocated from the territories of, of Soviet Russia on the one hand, and for masses of Ukrainians deported from Poland across the border to Soviet Ukraine. Maybe I can show on the map, if I can have another slide. So, Podkarpackie region was not unusual in terms of the expulsions and deportations. So this is just a map of Poland. We know that similar processes were occurring in numerous places in Europe. So with the pink vectors. You have directions from which the Polish population was deported from the Soviet republics to Poland. The German vectors indicate expulsions of Germans from the territories of Poland, and this light brown show the directions and then later on I will explain you how Ukrainian population was managed by the Polish state. So some Ukrainians were deported to the Soviet Ukraine, but some of them were internally displaced and scattered in numerous places in Poland. So, and some of them also here, and I will, so this is, as you can see, the people were a lot on the move, but indeed in the Podkarpacki region, because the proximity of the border, there were these transit spaces. Between September 1944 and August 1946, around 1.1 million ethnic Poles and Polish Jews were moved from Soviet Ukraine across the Polish border. Around 500,000 individuals identified as Ukrainians were relocated from Poland to Ukraine. Finally, in 1947, this region was dramatically affected by the so-called Vistula action. This was a code word coined for the forceful relocation of ethnic Ukrainians from, among other places, the Podkarpacki region to other parts of the Polish state. It is estimated that just because of this Vistula action, around 150,000 individuals were affected. And basically after 1947, the Podkarpacki region that used to be right in the middle of Galicia, that was a historical term. So after 1947, this region completely, almost entirely lost its multicultural character that once was known for. And as I will show soon, the prolonged violent protest over the placement of the state borders, incoming masses of the relocated Poles, and the removal of the Ukrainian population from the Podkarpacki region significantly informed the welfare-related discourses and practices in this otherwise small region. From 1944, a sequence of Moscow-orchestrated interim Polish governments began commencing local administrative structures in this region. Among the first ones were the departments responsible for provision of social assistance, health control, and education. The emerging communist Polish state either absorbed existing voluntary structures, turning them into state agencies, or assumed a supervising and coordinating function over non-state actors active in the domain of welfare provision. Thus, between 44 and 50, we deal with the system of mixed economies of welfare. Since its dawn, the Polish communist state engaged in constructing the first layers of a comprehensive welfare system, almost immediately articulating ambition of overcoming the drawbacks of the Polish state interwar system of social provision to minors, which was thought to fail children from lower classes. The state's ultimate aim was to promote social inclusion and to minimize poverty and the intergenerational transmission of poverty, above all, by giving all children the tools and opportunities with which they could achieve their full potential and could contribute to the state well-being. The central authorities' guidelines on children's welfare conveyed an impression that the Polish communist state thought of provision to minors as high priority age-based or age and class-based assistance that was to be put into practice by the local state agencies. Due to the masses of incoming Poles from Soviet Ukraine, expulsions and ongoing fights between local Polish and Ukrainian populations over the new deeply dissatisfying border, the welfare provision in the Podkarpacki region found itself in the state of prolonged humanitarian crisis. Besides the locally residing poor, each population transferred, each cohort of newcomers crossing Polish-Ukrainian border required forms of immediate aid. The local social welfare committee's personnel began differentiating among their clients many children among them, by clustering them into the separate groups of recipients. The boundary-making practices in the local welfare sector led to appearance of the specific for this borderland categories of assistance recipients, such as resettlers, newcomers, relocated, repatriates, those from the Vistula action, those who went away to the west, those who escaped from east, escapees from the Wołyń massacre, autochthones or locals. These short terms captured complicated situation of different groups of people with reference to a specific state border event that brought them to onto the Polish land. In a situation of shortage of resources, these labels help social workers to establish the optimal order of assistance to these different groups during the rapidly changing circumstances. In a more general sense, the social workers referencing to the different categories of people on the move and locally, whose lives were dramatically informed by redrawing of the state borders, implicitly hinted at the shadow under which their humanitarian efforts took place. The newly drawn post-Second World War political borders of the Polish communist states carried specific understanding what conditions were necessary to fulfill for the state to begin its successful reconstructions. The consensus was that ethnic and cultural homogenization would provide far better conditions for the post-war rebuilding, proper implementation of children welfare including. The local social workers delivering aid to children, school inspectors responsible for bringing schooling back to the region after the war hiatus, doctors entrusted with introducing medical care to children were by no means passive witnesses and narrators of the ongoing ethnic cleansing. On the contrary, being under the pressure of not delivering what the central state asked them to do, in their reports, they describe in detail how ongoing fights between Polish and Ukrainian populations along the Polish-Ukrainian and Polish-Czechoslovakian border prevented them from reopening schools, delivering aid, or carrying medical checkups among children, particularly in rural areas. In time, they began asking the state, or joined those who appealed to the state to bring the final solution to the situation of the border. Thus, those entrusted with delivering assistance to children called for acceleration of Ukrainians' expulsions across the border or their domestic relocation. In other words, in the name of children's interest, the local state clerks opted for removing large number of minors from the local welfare system, either permanently, in case of relocations across the Ukrainian border, or temporarily in case of the Vistula action. In the latter case, Ukrainian children who disappeared from one local Polish welfare system, they reappeared within the same system, but in other location within the same state. The delivery of children welfare in this region was thus founded on the act of drastic separation, boundary making process, separation minors along the national lines in the name of stabilizing and strengthening the situation on the border. Borderland children's well-being, welfare, and future prospect, or the lack of it, were often negotiated in the local state offices and the departments that had nothing to do with social provision of any kind. Specifically, I have two such state bodies in mind. One, people approached to declare they wish to convert from Greek Catholicism to Roman Catholicism. In the same office, they could also ask to confirm their Polish citizenship despite the person had been baptized in Greek Catholic Church. The second state office is one in which people at risk of being deported pledge their loyalty to the Polish state. In these offices, parents negotiated with the Polish state so they and their children could stay in Poland and later on would not be sent to other parts of the Polish state. Any relocation or expansion meant drastic lowering of the living standards, which became very apparent already by the end of the 1945. The arguments these people employed to explain why it would be inappropriate to send them away challenge the categories the state applied when making its decisions who is an ethnic Pole or ethnic Ukrainian. Continuing the imperial and then interwar traditions, the Polish communist state routinely considered those of Greek Catholic religious affiliations as ethnic Ukrainians. This categorization, however, fell short when applied to individuals from mixed families or in mixed marriages, or those who happened to be baptized in a Greek Catholic church just because their parents were back then in a conflict with a local Roman Catholic priest. They explained that their mother tongue was Polish. They declared themselves as Polish in the census in 1931. Some fought in various Polish military formations during the war. And also they were documented opponents of the Ukrainian nationalist movement. And yet their belonging to the Polish state was questioned. Some letters to this, submitted to these offices, some letters end with the list of Polish neighbors or work colleagues who could testify all the statements were true. There were also cases Paul approached the state asking on behalf of a Ukrainian person, so he and his family could stay, citing as an argument that their children played together. This is a quote. The latter example demonstrates that despite the central and local state argumentation that the gap between the two populations in this region, between Polish and Ukrainians, was too deep to breach, hence the expulsions, there were some who still believed that despite the violence that happened in this region during the Second World War and afterwards, peaceful coexistence between the two groups would be possible. Despite children welfare was largely conceived as age-based category of statutory assistance in the central state discourses, in its practices of providing to minors the local representation of the central state in the Podkarpacki region, regularly collected information on children under their care with respect to their social, religious, ethnic, and national background, as well as what languages they spoke at home, thus revealing the local authorities' fixation around the ethnic and cultural differences among minors and in general. And in the last, because I'm running out of time, so in the last seconds of my presentation, I would like to show you a document. If we look at, yes, so this is I would like to show you a document that encapsulates this fixation, shared among the local state clerks, but also by non-state actors active in the domain of welfare provision. But this document contains also a little twist. It's not that exceptional, so it's not a document from the Cabinet of Curiosity, so to say. This is the document submitted on the request of the state by the sisters from the Catholic female congregation that ran an orphanage in Przewosk. In this document, as asked, the sister listed children whose parents were murdered during the current war. So this is this document is dates from 1946, but they still refer to the situation there as the current war, as an ongoing war. It was part of the local state's plan to the list. These local actors, non-state actors were asked to put together this kind of list because it was part of the local state's plan of making a small symbolic gestures or perhaps even material gesture towards a specific category of deserving orphans. And this category was still itself in the making. Besides two exceptions, most children who made it on the list are children whose parents were murdered by Ukrainians. This is written in the documents. In this document, this is how it was named. It goes without saying that children orphans identified as ethnic Ukrainians could not make to the list as their parents, even if they died in a combat. They died on the wrong side of the history. However, it also excludes all orphans whose parents lost their lives under more ordinary circumstances during the war, but for example, during farming. Thus, the state and the local non-state actors in this case, the Catholic congregation, co-created a new category of a deserving war orphan that discriminated against all Ukrainian children, but also against quite a number of Polish children at the same time. And this is one of the, I will end right now. What I tried to say with this last document, that this this type of list, this type of attempts shows that these boundary making processes and inclusion exclusionary practices, they really went beyond the Polish against Ukrainian children's inclusion exclusions patterns. And I think I will finish right now. And so thank you very much. I would like to leave some space for Irina. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. So this panel was supposed to have 3 papers on children, 2 papers on working women, but one participant is ill, so we have only one presentation on working women, and this will be offered by Irina Sklokina. And as Federica, she joined our project a little later, so she's also in an earlier stage of her research than Laura and Dominika. And Irina is working for the project and so employed at the European University Institute, but she's also and currently also located in Lviv, in Ukraine, where she's working at the Center for Urban History as a senior researcher. And so within the project, she is a postdoc. So Irina, would it be fine? The slides are up here that we work as for the others so that I...
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. So I would be grateful if you show the first slides then.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to present, and I'm especially grateful to Dominika, who actually explained already the context of the border and historical situation of a kind of new border making. And I'm gonna talk about the other side of this new Polish-Ukrainian border, and I'm gonna present on a bit later historical period, which is already mostly covers 1940s, 50s, and till the end of the socialist period, and up till today. So actually, please show the second slide. I'm gonna address here a very special collection, historical collection of sources, which is called Industrial Biographies of the City, which was collected in the framework of one of my previous projects at the Center for Urban History. So it was recorded in 2020-2021 with former employees of the Lviv Industrial Enterprises, actually a very diverse set of enterprises, mostly from machine building industry, but also food processing, kind of industry attached to agricultural sector, also light industry, so like clothes manufacturing, food manufacturing, so covering I think all the spectrum of enterprises existing in Lviv, and also with some people from small workshops and very small enterprises. And altogether we have 59 interviews, a bit more of male figures there, especially as they were in the top of the management of the enterprises. And as we were interested specifically in social provision, we especially interviewed people who were in charge of social provision. So especially heads of trade union committees in the enterprises. And actually, the collection is very rich, and of course, here I can only probably outline its potential as a historical source, and what kind of insights and questions we can get from it. Next slide, please. So actually, of course, I'm not gonna probably use it as for a kind of accurate historical reconstruction of the past, but more, of course, deal with it as a kind of a representation of the past, which is narrated from a certain historical moment, actually moment before the full-scale invasion of Russia, which happened exactly like a year ago. So I would say we were really lucky to succeed to record this collection, because when I tried to approach people already like last year, 2020, 2022, people already very often reject at all participating in narration or kind of oral witnessing about socialist period. So people started to see it negatively to the extent that they even see this as potentially threatening when they recognize some social advancement and social provision success of the socialist era. So now people actually are unwilling to talk about this, and I think this is a really valuable collection now, which can give you the insight into how people in the west of Ukraine, which is most, of course, anti-Russian and anti-Soviet, how people saw their past and their engagement with socialism, social provision exactly before the full-scale invasion. So I think what is most interesting in this interviews, of course, I'm not going to generalize about like all males or all females in the group. And of course, we are always talking more about kind of anthropological findings. And if we kind of see the same pattern more than several times, then we can probably contextualize it and see what kind of historical circumstances gave rise to certain opinions or structures or ways to narrate the past. And here I see certain common strategies of self-representation and, of course, common gendered narratives here in this group. And also, I think another productive way to analyze these interviews is to reconstruct social trajectories of people, also based on documents and other sources, and to contrast it with narrated life history. And of course, here we can see differences between people who were on different levels in these hierarchies of social provision, and how their actual situation, actual position, of course, impacts on their narration. Also, as an institution, our Center for Urban History, we are working on mapping of infrastructures of welfare in the urban landscape. So we try to connect it also on a spatial level, especially when we are talking about housing provision and leisure and sports facilities and cultural infrastructure and childcare infrastructure. It is also very meaningful, I think, this mapping method. And also, I think a special focus on informal practices of social provision versus formal structures of funded distribution and individual and collective use of different forms of welfare are very meaningful in my case. And next slide, please. Actually, as Dominika very well presented already, one of the biggest issues here was homogenization of social and ethnic space. And actually, my statement here will be a bit opposite to it. Of course, Socialist Project was all about this homogenization and universal values and creation of certain unified cultural and social space. But what is very interesting that actually these opportunities connected to industry, connected to work at the industrial enterprise, opportunities to very often go and visit and have very close connections with many dots on this big map of the Soviet Union and also socialist bloc, actually provoked not only homogenization, but also distinct self-identification as a dweller or a resident of the border region or former multicultural region. And this was a very prolonged process. And even after this period, which Dominika explained as population exchanges and kind of social adaptation, even in the 60s and 70s, for example, continuing processes of appropriation of infrastructure and material remnants of the pre-socialist period was very meaningful to people. For example, people still received housing and they were aware of previous owners who, for example, perished in Holocaust or were resettled forcefully to Poland. Or, for example, kindergartens, schools and cinemas, which were constructed before the socialist period, they were also continuously adapted and readapted for new users. And actually, this lived experience of reappropriation of this infrastructure is very important, I think. And here you see one of the cases, former Roman Catholic monastery adapted as a palace of culture and sports and leisure facilities. Next slide, please. And here I tried to illustrate this idea about the distinct identification of people who lived in this part of Western Ukraine, at least in several interviews. This identification of Zapadniki or Westerners, if to translate it roughly, people who live in Lviv and Lviv region actually articulated their experience in the socialist period as very distinct, and especially in their cooperation and encounters with people from, especially from Russia or from other parts of Ukraine, some specific features were highlighted, such as European character of the city, more civility and culturedness. And in general, I think I can refer here to already existing historiography introduced, I think, first by William Risch as the Soviet West, right? So understanding of Western parts of the USSR as a certain kind of presence of Europe or presence of the West inside the Soviet Union. And actually on this level of social provision, please show the next slide. Here, once again, you can see how, for example, tourist experiences were very meaningful for formation of self-identification, a certain understanding of the role of multicultural past. For example, here on this tourist, I would say, not leaflet, but probably tourist open letter, you can see a former synagogue adapted as a musical philharmonic hall, and some other pre-socialist monument put together with new socialist achievements. And actually in the interviews, it's very obvious that people had very big opportunities to encounter with pre-socialist and non-Ukrainian historical and cultural heritage, exactly because of the state-sponsored and hugely subsidized culture and leisure infrastructure. And next slide, please. And once again, another reference to already existing historiography. I think it was already shown that very often transfer of cultural products beyond the border, especially music, consumer products, and other things were very much connected to state subsidized infrastructure. And here you can see, for example, ensemble kind of rock band attached to a bus plant And of course, these places were also not only recipients of state support and kind of loyal places of cultural production, but of course also places of resistance and subversion and creation of alternative, like Ukrainian nationalist versions of culture and also Western-oriented cultural models. And next slide. Also, encounters with material objects from abroad happened through not only through like consumer products and tourism and leisure time, but of course through technical appliances and machines taken as models for domestic production. And a lot of discussion about special role of Lviv as a first point where you have this Western models adapted for production at industrial enterprises. And actually, next slide, please. I think also issues of hierarchies of welfare is very important in the interviews, and especially comparisons and references to social provision across the border in the socialist bloc, as very often people who narrated these interviews, they traveled across the border specifically for exchange in professional sense. So they visited other enterprises and different institutions of social provision attached to the enterprises. And also these networks and exchange of knowledge and resources and materials were very important. And for me, it's important to look at to which extent we can contrast these formal structures versus informal practices. And actually, coming back once again to this idea and stereotype of Westerners, of people who live in this special region next to the border, of course, there was an idea of these people as worthy much better social provisions than other parts of the Soviet Union. Though on the formal level, on the practical level, it was not so much obvious in the later decades of the Soviet Union, but on the level of discourse and discussion, it was always present that we need to provide much better for this region because it is on the border and it looks more to the west, and we need to fulfill much better, especially because here in this region we have this huge heritage and huge infrastructure constructed by the Polish state, and we need to compete and we need to show off and we need to actually provide much better, so this comparison, this contrast will not be so sharp. And also this stereotype of Westerners or like people from this region as being more hardworking, more cultured, and more kind of civilized than other representatives of other republics of the Soviet Union is something which is also present. But of course, also other groups of privileged recipients, such as war veterans, and also I think what is very important is the situational nature of decisions on social benefits. And of course, this is only through oral history that we can learn more about how actually decisions about distribution were taken and how this formal instructions on distribution and kind of use of resources were actually negotiated, and some very unexpected, of course, decisions could be taken on the ground. And next slide. I think talking also about one of the big topics in our project, crossings of family associations and enterprises as providers of welfare. It is also very interesting that visual sources can be not only illustrative but also very informative. For example, this photograph provoked us to talk with a respondent, with an interviewee for a while about how families and enterprise were actually very much interconnected in social provision, and how enterprise was very much aware about the situation in particular family, and how they took decisions about the social provision based on knowledge about the situation in the family. And it was all based once again on very informal kind of connections and informal knowledge, not on any formal polls or kind of questionnaires or examination of the families, but actually on this concepts of friendship and kind of human relationship on the shop floor. And my last slide, of course, also talking about gender dimensions and about working class women. Of course, it's also very important to talk about this paternalist figure of the enterprise director or head of the trade union committee. And of course, we should talk here about special feature of the Soviet variant of welfare state, very much based on provision through the enterprise, not through the municipality, not through any other historical actors. And this is all what I can share with you in this very limited time. And yeah, so I think I will stop here, and we maybe will have 6 minutes for the conversation.
Okay, Irina, thank you very much. Yes, there we go. Yeah, I saw my role as a chair today. I was on 2 seats. I was a chair, but I was also a member of the project, and I found it very important that we could actually talk in order to move our agenda further towards like the publication outputs we have. So, but I take my responsibility in the sense that I'm going to do something I normally don't do. I open up the floor to our audience in order to give them the opportunity to ask questions. I have a question for each single one of you, but we have other opportunities to ask and discuss. But I thought that especially to make use of this opportunity, that we have people in the room who are outsiders and can actually reflect on where we are with our project, and what they understand, what they want to know more about. So I would be happy for a first input actually from maybe each of you. Yes.
I do have a couple of questions. I thought it was really interesting using infrastructure as a kind of lens on ways that borders get manifested and mediated. Basically, I'm interested in energy. Actually, I'm nothing to do with social policy, but I'm interested in how energy infrastructures are used in that similar way. I have a couple of questions. One is to Frederica, and that is a lot of the papers were about the sort of how social welfare is being sort of Italianized or Polonized or whatever. And that was kind of missing in your paper, Frederica. I was wondering where's the bordering bit about Luxembourg, and how far, if you talked about diversity and the sort of benign sort of underpinning of that Kinderschloss, Schloss. But I was wondering, you referred right at the end to the problems of the post-war era and lots of orphans coming from different backgrounds, different ethnic groups and so on. But I was wondering how far that sort of expressed itself in the tensions within setting up that and operating that children's castle, and whether there were perhaps more conflicts or more contestations in terms of which children were selected and what they were taught, what languages they were taught, this kind of stuff, than you were suggesting. It was a very benign story you were giving. It was very sort of, the bordering didn't really come out in that story. I didn't see that. And the question with Irina, it's a fantastic story about the potential of borders. And to you, I would be asking, rather than seeing a border as a problem area that needs to be sustained, that needs to be protected, needs to be unified in a certain one way or another, you were talking about people saying how much the bordering is, they were looking out to other areas and seeing the border as a potential, as an opportunity, and which I thought was really interesting. And I was wondering sort of where you see that in other kinds of borders. Obviously, you're just working one particular one there. Or what makes this special? Why are so many people in that area looking out beyond the border and seeing the value of being on a border and having this kind of and valuing that kind of cultural heritage? I think that's one thing. Yeah.
Yes, I'm going to collect questions, and then we have one input from the speakers. Would there be something just the first input. It's not even, it does not have to be a question, just your experience of sitting in the audience of this panel.
So a suggestion how to develop, what to pay attention.
It was interesting, very nice presentation for me to look at the different border regions. And I'm just wondering how the economic relations between the different nation states, for example, the German and Italian, for example, does it affect the implementation of different nation states in the bordering process? So,
Thank you very much. Yes.
I don't really have a question. I was just thinking myself, I'm working in educational context, in higher education at a university that's situated at the border, German and the Netherlands. So I was thinking, how can we use all your insights and the knowledge that you're developing in your research in nowadays border mobility among students in border regions? Just maybe a little bit ahead, but yeah, taking lessons from your studies for the future.
Okay, Federica, do you want to answer the first question very briefly?
Yes, thank you very much for this question. If I understood correctly, because the audio was not always so clear, the main question is, where is the bordering in Luxembourg? If I can synthesize it correctly, please correct if it's not the case. And especially in the relation of the Kannerstrasse. So to reply very briefly, it's maybe not a matter of geographical border, but it's more to understand how educational practices in Luxembourg, and especially in the case of the Kannerstrasse, actually are a convergence of different national educational practices, because the educators in this infrastructure were actually formed in different countries, namely Belgium, France, Germany, or also Switzerland, because there was no higher education to form them to be educators, and so they got their education in these different countries with different educational systems, and then they came back in Luxembourg, and they needed to find the points of convergence, and they needed to negotiate the best way to put in practice what they learn. And also, if we see, for instance, at the beginning of this project, the Kannerstrasse project, this infrastructure was dedicated to children who came from families who were living in the municipality of Esch-sur-Alzette. So at the beginning, we see what Dominica also evoked. So this epistemologies of recipients. So there was a fragmentation of recipients, and so at the beginning there were only citizens, let's say, of Esch, and all the others children coming from other villages or outside Esch-sur-Alzette could not actually join or integrate the Kannerstrasse. So this is a very short cut answer. I don't know if it really replies to the question.
Thank you very much, Federica. I would like to ask Irina to answer the question about the border as a potential to look outside.
Yes, thank you so much. Just very briefly, of course, I think this is one of the central questions, and especially at conferences like this. So what your another border case adds to the bigger picture, bigger theory about the borders. And of course, I do agree with you that every border is on the one hand separation, but on the other hand, opportunity to look beyond and opportunity to inspire by something. And of course, this is nothing special to this particular border. border. But what I found specific and very, very interesting in my case and in my western region of Ukraine is, I think, this material presence of the remnants of the past, because specific feature of the city of Lviv was that it was not destructed in the Second World War at all. So it was affected just a bit. And in fact, it was so much already developed and so much already kind of complete in terms of basic infrastructure, basic urban infrastructure, and basic social infrastructure. This material presence of these remnants of the past was a very considerable factor in the next decades of its socialist development, because in many other cities, like socialist project had nothing to compete with, and they really came to a different context. And here, I think, in my border region case, it is specifically relevant to use the ideas of this, I don't know, materiality as a factor, like silent presence of material heritage of the past as a considerable kind of actor of historical reality. So that's my very kind of early stage idea of this, and I hope that, of course, in the future I will develop more about this.
Thank you very much, Irina. I'm going to ask Dominika and Laura for a last input. Maybe if you have anything to add to the last two questions. One was about economic situation, to what extent it has an influence on welfare provisions in borderlands. And the second was about education today. So what can students today or educators of students today in borderlands learn from it?
I could just say something maybe about the economic situation, which is to say that in the study that I'm doing, it has a huge impact. The Italian state did not have very much money. And in fact, social welfare was extremely poorly developed from the unification of Italy until the end of the First World War. And then there's this hyper development that happens from the beginning of 1919 until fascism. And then there's fascist welfare, which takes off from that. And one of the interesting things about the borderlands of the new borderlands that Italy has just acquired, particularly the northeastern ones, is that it becomes very much a laboratory for what fascism might, what fascist institutions might appropriate. So I think I'll stop here.
Dominika, last input.
About the learning, can be. What I hope is that what the project can leave after itself, it would be this methodology, right? The coherent methodology, how to compare the findings from different borderlands in a way that will be not useful just for historians, but also for people, for example, in the field of political science or policy studies. And when I'm thinking about this this model in its infancy, when I think about borderlands as heterotopias and about boundary making and boundary making practices in the field of welfare and the bordering practices, I think if this is applied in a systematic manner, it, among other things, it can help to understand where biases or forms of inclusion and exclusions exactly appear. Because this was also, so is it embedded already in the central state documents, or this is how it is interpreted in particular context, and it's filling with very specific information connected to the border that certain omissions or exclusions or new forms of welfare that were not envisioned by the state appeared. And so I hope that we are able to provide a model that can be of use in other borderlands, right? That you can study, that it will be possible to study the cooperation between the state and associations and families and individual actors in a way that can bring more information about how welfare develops and how is it informed, and also why they develop in a different way. So maybe that's my hope.
Thank you. Okay, this session was recorded, but apparently the camera did not zoom in correctly, and so the slides were not always visible to Eva and Fabrizio all the time. So I actually put in the chat that you can write me an email, and then I can offer the slides. So this is also for you. If you would like to receive more information, you can contact me. There are two possibilities of what we can do right now. Either we continue this discussion now that Irina and Federica are online, and I would be happy to do that. There is now a coffee break for 20 minutes, and afterwards there is this opening session with the mayor of Eilat saying things and so on. You could go for that one, or you could stay with us in order to discuss this project a little bit longer. It's also up to you.
Yeah, I'm happy to stay.
Yeah.
Don't we have a Zoom?
You're in the Zoom, yeah.
With colleagues, is it not now?
Can anyone hear me?
Or you are Fabrizio Eva?
Yes, I would. There is a problem for people online because I think that the camera has a movement sensor, and so it moves very often on the right. So it is impossible to watch the slides. I think that if the presenter stand on the right of the screen, and even if the session chair is sitting too close to the desk, the sensor perceive the movement and move on the right. And so it was for the mostly of the presentation, it was impossible to watch correctly the slides. Only for 1/3 of the presentation, we see centered slides, and also Irina and Federica can confirm it. So my suggestion was this one. If the presenter should sit in the center or standing on the left, if he or she wants to indicate something on the screen, and the session chair should not be too close. Now in this moment, the camera move on the right, probably because it perceive a movement from you. I don't remember your name, your chair.
Yeah, thank you very much for this comment. I saw your comments in the chat.
Okay.
Propose to you is in the chat. You see my email address, marteltwenke.uni.lu. If you write me an email, I can send you the slides of these presentations. I have all of them. So this is what I can do for you right now.
Can you write on the chat, because I didn't? There are noises, and I didn't understand well your email address.
It is already in the chat. Can you have a look at the chat? It's already in there.
Okay.
Okay, so I have questions for each single one of you. So depending, Irina, Dominica. So for Federica and Irina, we are working towards this special issue for children and borderlands and welfare, and we invited 2 external scholars who we think could provide very interesting contributions, and we had a Zoom meeting with them, but I don't know whether it's at 11 right now, so or
I'm trying to find your email.
Yeah, whether it's at 12. Anyway, as long as Dominica hasn't found that, I will ask questions for. Let's start with Laura. I was very fascinated by this person of the regional inspector and the role of the regional inspector, and I have a suggestion of what you could do with it conceptually. in order to analyze these practices of this regional inspector who needs to marry actually the requirements from above with what is going on the ground in a period of transition.
Yeah.
And there are some border scholars who have been working with the concept of liminality, which is coming from an anthropologist who's working with rituals.
Yes.
And there are 3 steps actually. You have the preliminal phase, and in the preliminal phase, it's like a rupture with the old order. And this is what you said with the Habsburg legal framework that they neglected and so on, abolish it. So that's that phase, and I see it. Then you have the liminal space where you have this like this potential for creativity that comes into place with this new kind of things they develop and so on. So I saw this. And then, but that's always important, you have the post-liminal phase in which a kind of like adherence with social norms needs to be guaranteed. And you also see it when you go to the fascist regime and so on, and then it's taken on. So you have this kind of sequence. And I think if you would work with this concept, it would enable you to analyze a little bit more this liminal phase. And I did it for borderland school principals. So the idea was the same. You have a school in the borderlands and you have this principal. And I wanted to bring the reader into the room of this principal and to say, how did this person do it with gathering all these expectations from the nation state and then the parents and the children? And like, how did this person do it? And you see also this change over time and like the kind of room for decision making this person has depends on like the sequence they find themselves in. And I think this could be, I mean, this would be my proposition to think about these regional inspectors with this concept. That was
that's really interesting. I hadn't thought about it that way. Even though what I do see is that there's a great space for maneuver that basically closes down with fascism. And it closes down because Daosta decides to stay on the good side of Mussolini.
Okay, apparently we have our phone call now, which means that we need to stop this meeting right now. But I have these questions and I will email you my questions and we can take it from there. Okay? That be fine?
Yes.
I thought the talks were wonderful. Really. Thank you so much, Federica. Thank you so much, Irene. Oh.
Is the session title a particular takeoff on the matrix?
Okay, now yeah, see, do they see us?
Welcome.
Participation.
Hey, wow, you snuck coffee.
Thanks for bringing coffee.
I know it's
really appreciate it. Of course, it's for Oh, I can see Mark on the screen. Hello.
Okay.
No, I think it's working.
So just when someone else then supposed to present, I ask the chair and then they share their screen somewhere their own mic and they just
They are very tight.
That's why.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we are all set. Maybe shall we reduce a little bit the light? Yeah, you can reduce. Because I'm not sure you see very well. It's going to be a random. No.
There you go.
That's good. Good?
Yeah, better.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for joining that session this afternoon. Bit late, but. And before I start, I would like also to thank those colleagues who responded positively to the call I issued some months ago around that idea of organizing a special session looking at the impact of rebordering on cross-border cooperation, Borders Reloaded. There have been quite several people who indicated they are willing to participate, and we were able to organize two sessions. The one that is now starting this afternoon, and there will be a second session, which is a follow-up on that one tomorrow afternoon, same time, different room though. Oh, where do I see my? This is where you want to share this one? Yeah. Sharing. And this is going. I don't really see what I'm sharing here. You see it over there. Ah, okay. And you can control it here. All right. Thank you. Okay. So I'm not gonna deliver a full-fledged paper in that session, but as a convener of the session, I decided to just prepare a small introduction. And we have great papers that will follow just after my presentation. The idea that I have with this presentation is to reflect a little bit on the relevance of that topic and try to identify a few ideas that we could then also rediscuss later on once we have had other inputs from our colleagues who will present after me. So why is this topic important and timely, looking at the impact of rebordering on cross-border cooperation? Well, there are various reasons for that. I just highlighted a few ones here. One point is that, in essence, rebordering is definitely going against some of the underlying principles or goals of cross-border cooperation, like removing border obstacles. Or in Europe, we even have this idea of open border paradigm, EU, not Europe. It's also about fostering cross-border interactions. Sometimes we talk about territorial convergence or regional integration. Those are not terms that are in synonyms, but they broadly relate to a certain group of phenomena where cross-border cooperation is relevant. Of course, there are also new forms of governance that become possible through cross-border cooperation, and then last but not least, promote reconciliation, which is probably one of the first goals that was assigned to cross-border cooperation, especially in the European context. Another reason for looking at this impact of rebordering on cross-border cooperation is that we still know very little about the outcomes of some of the recent rebordering shocks that we have all seen and experienced. So when we start looking at that, it could seem that we are talking about a causal relationship, you know, X having an effect on Y, and X here is a rebordering shock and Y is a change in cross-border cooperation. What I'm trying to do in that introduction is to show you that it's definitely not a simple relationship, a simple causal relationship that we are considering. And I'm going to go through 3 different points. I'm going to discuss a little bit about what's the cause. And by that, I mean, what's the explanatory factors that provoke the effect? What's the causal pathway? You know, the connecting thread between X and Y, and then the effect. What kind of outcomes of the explanatory factor are we considering in that discussion? So let me go through these 3 points shortly. And I have tried to imagine 3 hypotheses around these 3 points. The first one is the cause. We are somehow moving from considering rebordering shocks to considering a rebordering dynamic, something much broader probably, and enduring. The pathway, and that's maybe the most interesting aspect here in my little presentation. I would contend that ideas play a central role in policy and institutional change. And I will come back to that one a little bit more than the 2 other points. And then the last is, well, the effects, definitely uncertain and contrasted trajectories that we can start to see based on some evidence that we have to what happened after some shocks. So the first point, the cause, rebordering dynamics. There's been, as you know, a strong focus on the COVID-19 rebordering due to the characteristics of that event that we are quite aware of, I think all. For some places, that might have been the first significant rebordering shock after a long period of debordering. But for many other places, that was just another shock that was following previous ones. And that has been followed maybe by already newer shocks. So what I'm trying to bring forward here is that we probably need to first consider the larger context that is involved in those aspects. Just put a few ones here: rising populism or nationalism, hardening of migration policies and border regimes, and changing geopolitics with Russia. That is, of course, the most recent one, maybe. So rather than isolating the effect of a particular border shock on cross-border cooperation, what we are concerned with here is the transformation that is induced by a general trend. I'm just going to illustrate that with research I conducted in the Öresund region between Denmark and Sweden, where I was looking at how the various shocks of rebordering impacted cross-border cooperation. And here I just show the different events that occurred over the last, since 2015, over 7 years. And there was a first, so to speak, border shock in 2015 with the so-called European crisis, migrant crisis. But as you can see, that is still ongoing because Sweden is submitting every 6 months a new request for having an exception on the border Schengen code and being able to implement border checks. And by the way, the fence that was built by Sweden on the first train station when you come from Denmark, that fence on the train station is still there, still blocking the crossing of that border. It's an intra-Schengen border. Then you had another event in 2019 when Denmark reintroduced border controls because of organized crime in Sweden. They had a bomb attack. They had various violence-related events in Copenhagen. So, and that's also still ongoing. And then, of course, you had the COVID-19 related border closures and reintroduction of border controls. I'm not going into that case. I already presented that research some months ago, and I don't want the border people repeating the same story again. So just as an illustration. What's going on here maybe is that we are maybe in front of what those people who do statistics call multiple causality. But even in a more qualitative approach and understanding, I think it could be relevant to just figure out that we have multiple causes that are working in complex combinations here. The effects of a first shock could influence the unfolding of the next ones, because even though they are coming in sequence, it's not just one event and then things stop. There are some enduring effects that can, via a feedback loop, influence the next, what we call here the next cause, right? And in any case, it looks like it's a complex, multifaceted and multiscalar rebordering dynamic. I think that's where the real challenge lies, to come up with more empirical evidence about how this whole dynamic is unfolding and the various relationships that can exist between different events that produce what I call here the rebordering dynamic beyond just shocks. So the second point here is the pathway, how to link a cause to its effect. And here I claim that this has to do with ideational change. So here I borrow some ideas from discursive institutionalism, where scholars like Blyth argue that ideas play a central role in institutional and policy change. That approach was even applied already to border-related context. Bolema published in JBS not too long ago an excellent paper where he showed that post-industrial development theories have been key drivers of cross-border cooperation in Europe. So exactly applying that hypothesis that ideas comes first and they impact then policy or institutional changes. And that leads to some interesting questions. To what extent does rebordering challenge the ideas and discourses that are underpinning cross-border imaginaries and cooperation projects? And what aspects in particular of the discourses on CBC are contested and subject of renegotiation? So if we follow that logic, that idea, then grasping the changing meaning of borders becomes key here, right? Because in order to grasp how rebordering may impact cross-border cooperation, special attention needs to be paid to the evolution of ideas relative to borders. In particular, what do borders mean? And that is again then raising other questions and challenging ones. How to apprehend borders' meanings, especially from a cross-border cooperation stakeholders perspective, because these are the actors that are implementing cross-border cooperation, make it happen on the ground. And a more conceptual related question here is how to take into consideration borders' multiplicity, basically the fact that border means different things to different people. My personal take here on that has been to study the collective mental representations of cross-border cooperation actors using interviews. Here I go back to my paper on the Öresund case. I'll just show you in a very brief way how I tackled that. I conducted interviews with cross-border cooperation actors. I asked them to describe what the border means to them using short descriptions or keywords. And then in the second stage, I asked them to link their descriptions of the border to my concepts. I had a set of concepts, they appear here. So they were, in fact, basically doing the encoding of what they mentioned first. And then I analyzed this, what is a semantic network? the links between these different concepts. And the result is here, you get these graphs that represent how keywords and concepts are associated by the actors themselves. And then you can analyze the structural properties and relational properties of those networks, of those graphs that I just show you here. And you come up with various analyses that allow you to detect some changes in the collective mental representations that the actors have of what the border means for them. This is then a representation of the centrality of the different concepts, between a centrality, degree centrality. I'm not entering into too many explanations here because it would take too much time, but basically it's a way to distinguish between those concepts that are global hubs, local hubs. Global hub means it's something super important for the entire network. Here it's locally important. Here it's important because it's bridging different components of the network, and here it's not important because it's peripheral. And as you see, we have different changes that have occurred between 2014, before the first shock, and 2021, after the third shock of COVID. Obstacle has been reducing a little bit its importance, which I can explain if you want. And connection has lost a lot of its significance, which is kind of an unexpected result here, given that the border was closed for many crossings. And then you see one of the most important things is that source of conflict, which was peripheral or marginal in 2014, now is a global hub in the mental representations of the actors. And there is a substitution effect between the border as an obstacle has become a border as a source of conflict. These are not two similar things. And then you have other things like the border seen as a threat is still peripheral, but has become a little bit more prominent in their representations. I'm not going further here. I'm going to finish with the last point, which is what kind of effects are we considering when looking at how these rebordering dynamics through ideational changes is impacting cross-border cooperation. And some of the questions here I'm interested in are, how do local and regional stakeholders cope with the challenges imposed by rebordering? Well, we know that border regional resilience is highly context sensitive. Procora had an excellent paper in 2019 adapting the concept of resilience to regional border context. And it really depends a lot on the local conditions, not just the type of shocks, but also the nature of the trust relationships between the actors and etc. Another question, what results from the confrontation between discourses that convey supposedly opposite meaning of the border? And here, probably what can be brought to the fore is that processes of institutional and policy changes are only rarely sudden and massive. It does happen sometimes, but most of the time not. Most of the time they are evolving over time, incrementally and subtly. So that is another challenge for the empirical analysis that is envisaged here. So to finish, I just highlight three hypothetical trajectories that can kind of foreseen here. In some cases, then we have seen a complete cessation of cross-border cooperation due to rebordering shock or dynamic. Full stop on cross-border cooperation. The question then is, for how long? What about informal relationships, even when the formal cooperation stops? But of course, and Jussi will tell us more about that with the events related to Russia. That's basically what happened along the common borders with Russia. Then you have an accommodation mechanism where bordering or rebordering induced ideas in fact mingle with cross-border goals, cross-border cooperation goals or imperatives, which can lead to a reduction of intensity or scope of the cooperation, but also to what I call border struggles due to these two forces being both mixing up but also opposing themselves. That's what I studied with my friend Larry Herzog on the US-Mexico border, notably. And then the last one, and probably the most interesting one, I would say, is transformative mechanisms, where one can witness what I call a rebound effect. That comes from the fact that when borders are closed, cross-border cooperation actors suddenly realize all the importance of what was going on beforehand, and that it could not be taken for granted, and they have to continue to working on it, because sometimes there is this cross-border cooperation fatigue that made them think that it's all, there's nothing else to be done, or we have it now forever, etc. But no, and the shock of rebordering can then trigger some kind of rebound effect, where they come up with new opportunities and identify also new challenges that need to be tackled. And that was quite clearly the case in the interviews I had with the cross-border cooperation stakeholders in the Eurozone region, but I've also seen it in other cases, at least in the European context. That, and I will finish with that, is maybe a kind of a message of hope that even though it can be harmful for the relationships and the cooperation that is developing along the borders, even these kind of rebordering dynamics do not necessarily have a negative outcome in the longer term, because there are some reactions that can occur and can be quite positive in the longer term. We'll see. Okay, that was it for my short introduction. These are just the two sessions I was talking about at the beginning. That's the one today, that's the one tomorrow, same time. I will now leave the floor to Christophe, that's done.
I can go again if you want.
You can go again if you like. Oh, you can present mine. Isn't that the idea?
Just get out of my presentation and upload yours for sure. Okay. Maybe you know better than.
No, I don't.
Because here you see what has been put on the desktop.
Yes. Here I am.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention, as the chair of the session, I suggest we keep the time for a discussion at the end of the different presentations. Since we have 2 hours, 5 presentations, there should be around 20 minutes left to discuss and exchange.
I'm sharing on that screen, but not on this screen, so I don't know what's going on.
Oh.
Did he say? Oh, maybe, can you stop sharing? Oh, no, that's me sharing. I don't know.
We are still seeing Christophe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but my screen was over there. It was over there.
Okay.
Can you just reload it? This one?
Yeah.
Normally you should take over the.
Yes, normally. Where's our guy? What do we do? Where's the guy?
The guy.
You should know this one. No, if I do that, I probably close it.
Think about this, I can find the guy.
I thought you were gonna look.
Oh, I can be the guy if you want, but
Fix it.
it's not going to solve the problem. Oh, is it?
I think
I think we did it. Alex, we got up and.
I think we've managed to
Oh, there we go.
You're welcome.
close the Zoom session as well.
There you go.
Is the Zoom session still on?
Oh, that's good. That's a good question.
I think it is, because it says
Yeah, it's
sharing,
still
so
on.
you still are sharing.
Yeah, you are sharing.
Okay, but now
Yeah.
This is live.
we don't see our audience
You
anymore.
can put them back on there.
Yeah.
I can? Oh,
Just click on that green bar.
really?
Just put your cursor over. There you go. And the participants right there.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. I don't know.
Oh, yeah,
Aye.
let's.
Well, if they can see you, I think that's
And the
enough.
part.
Okay.
at this point in time.
All right, I'm Eileen Spiritier from the Barents Institute at the UIT, the Arctic University of Norway. And I'm going to attempt to answer one of Christoph's questions, and that is, to what extent does rebordering challenge the ideas and discourses underpinning cross-border imaginaries and cooperation projects? And I'm going to try to be a little bit off today, because in terms of trying out a new paradigm. And so I've actually done studies on this border using the paradigm of public diplomacy, but I wanted to try out this idea of the uses and abuses of magical thinking. So I'll just move forward and let you know where I am, if I can move forward. When he did it earlier, it seemed so easy, but now
I'm using my
oh, there we go. Magical thinking. So this is where I'm taking you today in terms of our path forward. For some of you, perhaps for many of you, this is not new in terms of the history of the Barents region and the region where I'm looking at. I don't know for you, and perhaps for UC, and perhaps for James back there. This is perhaps old news rather than new news, but I'm hoping to put a new frame on the old news. So magical thinking, what is it? It comes from anthropology, doing a lot of magic mushrooms and all of that, and superstitions and that sort of thing. But just in the last, since Brexit, this idea of magical thinking has sort of taken hold of political pundits, whether it's The Guardian or the Financial Times, mainly because of the magical thinking, and perhaps it's coming from the EU, about how Britain was supposed to deal with that border between Ireland and Northern Ireland. They were just sort of thought it will fix itself, right? And this was the critique of the non-action from Great Britain about the border between Ireland and Northern Ireland. And what I'm focusing on today in terms of magical thinking is how it's used in public policy and public policy analysis. So I should speak faster. So this is how public policy analysts define magical thinking, at least the most prominent ones. I do have the source. I have the source in there. Just so it's a broad, referring to the broad idea of referring to broad strategies, processes. It's normatively attractive. So I'll show you some of the examples of this in the next slide. And that everyone sort of buys into this idea of what the magic is. And it's you can sell it very, very easily. It's in terms of global marketability. Not necessarily international, but global in terms of the people who live in the region, such as the Barents region, who will use this magical thinking. But I added one to Boswell's idea here of magical thinking and what that is in terms of public policy, and that is aspirational. Aspirational is a two-edged sword. It can be both negative and positive, and I'll show that a little bit as I present my time. So this is the language of magical thinking, and this is perhaps some of the things that Christoph didn't find or found in terms of your interviews. And I haven't yet done the empirical of this. I've just scanned the media over the last year, since February 24th, 2022, and what border, those who have promoted the border over the last 30 years in the Barents region are saying about what's happened since the war with Ukraine. But in the building of the Barents region, these are some of the magical words that we heard: people to people, folk to folk. For those of you who've been to Northern Norway, limitless possibilities. And this is coming right out of the Norwegian Barents Secretariat web pages. So as good neighborliness pays off. That's one of their mantras. Network building, trust, public diplomacy, words that I have used myself in terms of analyzing this border region. City twinning from Katarina there. So these are very magical words that increased cooperation across the border, but also built the Barents region over the last 30 years, since 1993. And certainly bilateral and multilateral cooperation. But the other one that was a selling point, I think, for many across the border was development. Most
importantly, economic development. As you know, when the Soviet Union fell, most of Russia was in economic dire straits. And so the promise of the Barents region that it would be lifted up economically by this cooperation with Norway, Finland, and Sweden was one of the major selling points for the creation of the Barents region, for this magical thinking that this region could be created across this very hard border still between the Nordic countries and Russia. But in the region where I'm from, the magical thinking began already in the aftermath of World War II. A magical thinking that was very much founded on the fact that the Red Army liberated Finnmark, liberated Kirkenes, or liberated the eastern part of Norway from the Germans, liberated by the Red Army. And not only that, the Red Army left. And so there was a great deal of trust built around this idea that they didn't stay, unlike Eastern Europe, unlike Poland or Hungary or Czechoslovakia. Right? So this undergirded the foundation of magical thinking for those who lived in northern Norway and perhaps all of Norway at large. And it has been celebrated every year since. Both of these photographs are from the 75th anniversary of the liberation in 2019. The king was there. So this is how important it was for Norway, and this is how important it was for the region that we are in Finnmark, in the Barents region. Just to give you an idea, I like maps, so this is where we are here. Maybe not a very good map, but just to illustrate, to emphasize that it is a hard border between Russia and the Schengen, so you have to have a visa. Although there was, and it's not functioning anymore because of the war, 30-kilometer border zone between Sør-Varanger, South Varanger, where Kirkenes is located, and 30 kilometers into the Pechenga region on the Russian side. It's no longer working. I don't think it's because it's formalized. No one said anything about it, but the Norwegian consulate in Murmansk has closed. It closed before the summer of 2022. And so for anyone wanting to get that 30-kilometer border pass is very, very difficult, because then it would have to go to the embassy in Moscow, and that will be very, very expensive if you're living in a place like in the border zone of Nikel or something like that. But again, the underpinnings of where we are in terms of building the Barents region came very early on in 1987, before the fall of the Soviet Union from Mikhail Gorbachev. I didn't time myself, so I'm sorry about that. So basically making the Arctic nuclear free zone, making a region that was founded on peace. And so the idea of a peace project became the idea of magical thinking in this region in the early part of the 1990s. That with the cooperation with Russia in the Barents region, that peace would come to the region. That I guess the fear of somebody like Thorvald Stoltenberg was that the chaos of the fall of the Soviet Union would somehow migrate to Norway, to Europe. And so by creating a Barents region, he would foment peace. And indeed, this is what happened. And his magical thinking came to light. His dream came to being. And so a Barents region was created. I also have a very bad cold, so I apologize. And so a region was politically created with about 5 million people. So it reaches all the way to the Ural Mountains, bordering West Siberia, and of course to the western part of the northern part of Norway, encompassing this vast territory over 4 countries. But it has had sort of ups and downs and bumps along the way. Most notably, of course, was for our purposes, was the annexation of Crimea in 2014. And but the continued cooperation, even with Barron's, Norwegian Barron's Secretariat money being still given out to both Norwegian and Russian partnership projects between 2014 and 2020, that never really stopped. What stopped it, what put a sort of a, not a halt, it wasn't a halt, it was a slowdown of it, was COVID. There was less exchange across the border, so there were less projects to be funded by the Barron's Cooperation. And just to emphasize that Barron's Cooperation has been very much funded by the Norwegian state, like most of it. Before COVID, something like 36 billion Norwegian crowns was being invested in cross-border cooperation between Norway and Russia. This is what magical thinking looks like at the border, and it's still there. This is from a recent website. If you look at the current website now, this actually changes. How many of you have looked into the sovereign wealth fund of Norway? You know how the numbers keep going and going. Well, they've sort of adopted that thing, so that these numbers keep going and going in terms of how many projects they're funded and how many people are participating in cross-border projects on the Norwegian and the Russian side. So this magical thinking that the cooperation between Norway and Russia is still as it was, as if war hasn't changed anything, except that it has. Because before the war, before COVID, Norway was giving out something between 21 million and 30 million Norwegian crowns for cross-border cooperation. In 2022, surprisingly, it was still about 12 million crowns, almost 13 million crowns. But only 25 projects. It's not in the hundreds as it has been in the past. But for those of you who this is my favorite one. A course and competence on baby swimming in 1 month. So those are the kinds of things that the Barron's Secretary had been funding after February 24th, 2022. But these are the innocuous things. But one of the major things that has not stopped is funding for cooperation between the indigenous peoples of the region, the Sami, because they cross borders. They are people that straddle the borders amongst the 4 countries. And just from the International Barron's Secretary, who continued their work. And you still have this magical thinking, even though the other side of this is, of course, editors saying, and I didn't take a snapshot of this, saying that the Barron's Secretariat, the Norwegian Barron's Secretariat in particular, should be closed down. That taxpayers' krona, 36 to 40 million crowns a year, is being spent on this office that is doing nothing. This is a very crass editorial from one of the northern paper publishers, but this is what he was basically saying. And this is perhaps one of the borders that has been built since the war began with Ukraine. Is the divide between those who still hope for this magical thinking with Russia and who are more in the real politic and saying, look, we have to open our eyes to Russia. That this kind of relationship that we have had with them has yielded very little, and yet Norway has invested so much monetarily as well as in resources. So over the years, this has been the magical thinking. Just to give you an illustration, the signs are still bilingual, Russian and Norwegian. In Kirkenes, that hasn't changed. Still that magical thinking. But what has stopped is all exchanges in terms of higher education. And I know Finland in particular has been very, very strong about this. Norway, we will only cooperate if it's person to person, if it's colleague to colleague, but we will not cooperate with institutions across the board. And it's been very, very difficult to actually communicate with colleagues on the other side. I haven't communicated with a colleague with whom I have a partnership in terms of publishing a journal since March 2022 from just across the border in Apatiti. So that's profoundly sad, but it's sort of the reality at the moment. Again, another magical thinking. The Paris spectacle still continues, and it still calls itself a border-breaking festival at the border between Russia and Norway. And this is in the minds, and this is sort of imaginaries of the residents of this region, but also further afield, because they invite people from Finland, they invite people from Sweden, and sometimes they invite people from Georgia, from border regions across Europe, and definitely the Barents region. But as we have seen, and mostly because of COVID, indeed, the border crossings between Norway and Russia have remarkably decreased over the last 7 years, 8 years. And it's, of course, it's even less now with the war in Ukraine. There's also much less money in Russia now for them to come. It's expensive to be in Norway. And we have to question whether the magical thinking has to come to an end, because now we've sort of been burnt. All of these spy drones coming into Norway, a spy coming into our midst at the University of Tromsø. It's not only embarrassing, it's very jarring for colleagues who had a day-to-day interaction with this guy, and then the security police coming to the university, interviewing almost each and every member of the people who had any contact with him. Very jarring for us as a community. So what do we do about this? What do we do about this end to our magical thinking about Russia in the Arctic? I throw back Rune Rafaelsen to you. He's now after Thorvald Stoltenberg's death, I think it was 2019, Rune Rafaelsen sort of took the mantle, and he's now sort of become the father of cross-border cooperation. And he did this interview. He says he's not afraid of Russians in the north. And at the end of this interview in 2020, on the day that Russia invaded Ukraine, he basically said there's still hope that we can communicate or we can have cooperation with Russia. And then he was interviewed just on 4th of February, I think it is, of this year. And he basically admits, maybe I have been naive. He's had 40 years of cooperation with Russia. But towards the end of this interview, this new interview on Nettavisen, which is the internet newspaper, literally translated, he basically said, I hope that there is hope. So he's still hoping that the cooperation, once there's a changeover in power, once the Russian regime comes to its senses and behaves accordingly in terms of international law, that there's hope for cooperation with Norway, in particular Northern Norway. Again, the magical thinking still exists. So the kommuna, or the municipality in Kirkenes, where I'm from, Stavanger, where our Barents Institute is located, basically doesn't want to say anything bad about Russia, because again, there's this hope that they will once again reach out a hand for cooperation. And the Norwegian Barents Secretariat has a new podcast out, basically celebrating the cooperation with Russia over the last 30 years, as you can see there. It's all in Norwegian. At this point, however, that could evolve over the next year, since 2023 is the 30 years since the creation of the Barents region. So this is where I've taken you. If you have any comments on this idea of magical thinking, please let me know. I'm still shaping and reshaping this paradigm. So in terms of international public policy, again, I apologize for having this. So thank you. And are we taking questions now or later?
No, later.
Okay.
can we manage time efficiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who is it?
I think it's UC.
Do you know how to,
I don't know either, I'm sorry.
do you do the thing?
Oh. Oh, no. Exit from screen?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I think you can find me. Okay.
Oh, do my best.
Thank you.
Usually not enough. No, I see. How do I get the something where I can do this? Okay, so now you can close it. I close this one? Yeah. I don't close that one. No, you don't close it. Well, measure is.
I opened through the platform. What is the sharing? Oh, yeah, I know you share it. Share.
Okay.
Share screen.
You can choose.
Do that.
How many people do you need
Yeah.
to set up?
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Depends on if they're theorists or not. I was in a lecture by a Nobel laureate in physics and he couldn't turn on the overhead.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I can see it a weird way over there, but I guess that doesn't matter.
Can you see it on your screen?
I can see it here. Fine.
Everything is good.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for coming to this panel. Thanks, Christoph, for setting it up. And thanks, Eileen, for a wonderful talk. I was listening so much that I completely forgot that I need to present after you. I took this task description a little bit differently in the sense that my paper is very, very empirical. I was reading some of the notes that Christoph made and thought that how can I maybe feed in to some of his ideas or maybe challenge some of his ideas. So I don't really have a theoretical frame of my own for his paper, but I thought it'd be wonderful. In my mind, it's wonderful or interesting to talk to you a little bit about what's going on at the Finnish-Russian border, which is something that if you've come to the ABS conferences during the last 20 years, I bet you've heard quite many presentations about it, usually in the lines that the relations are very good, they're very pragmatic, despite even very high-level political conflict, we are able to maintain pragmatic cooperation, which is very apolitical, and especially the local level cross-border cooperation stakeholders feel rather detached from the high-level politics. This has usually been the thread of many of the presentations. That's basically the thread of my dissertation that I wrote 10 years ago. But things changed quite drastically a year ago when the war started. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Not really from even though I talk very concretely about the border and the border fence that is now being built at the Finnish-Russian border, my interest is not really the fence. I take it as a symbol of something and what that means and why we are actually building that now. Whereas just recently, very little time ago, we were laughing at all the other European countries because they were building their fences. So how so quickly we changed our minds, and we, meaning the political parties, all of which are supporting the fence. So these are the big pictures that you usually see in the presentations, meaning that the border is there. You know, this is the great dividing line that has been talked about a lot. You know, the Cold War era, a very strict wall, a border. There's nothing really there. I mean, this is how it looks like for the most of its length, 1,340 kilometers, I think, something like that, with 9 border crossings. Given the fact that it actually runs through nothing but forests and a couple of lakes, the attention that has been drawn to the border is astonishing in my mind. And it really highlights the symbolic aspect, the mental aspect of border, rather than the border in itself. But the fence that has been there is something like this, that has been there for decades. I think it's barbed wire, but you can easily cross over it. But it's very difficult to get to this point. On both sides of the border, there's a rather hefty border zone. In the Finnish side, it used to be during the Soviet era up to 25 kilometers. That's where they stopped you when you started to get to the border. Since then, it has been reduced and reduced and reduced, but it still exists. You need to have a special permit even to get to the border. So to get to this point, very few people can go there, right? On the Soviet side, back in when Soviet Union used to exist, the border zone used to extend up to 250 kilometers away from the border, right? That's pretty massive. And again, on that side, things were relaxed quite a bit after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Just this used to be the magical thinking that Finland was. I learned something. This is a site that tells how wonderful things are in Finland. This is Finland, and I checked this. I took this picture this morning. It's still there. This is copy pasted from this morning. The story has been written a long time ago before the war, but nobody has bothered to take it down. The border that once divided, now unites. They are really playing with this rhetoric that from this Cold War era dividing line, the function of the border was changed through very conscious efforts of cross-border cooperation to change the mental idea behind the border from barrier into bridge. That was a lot of money. I don't know how many euros or marks at that time was invested, but it was a very strong conscious effort to really change the thinking, the symbolic thinking behind the border. All right, but this is now pretty much gone because of this rebordering shock. And now we then, I think the topic of the actual paper, when we get to there, one point is to maybe consider Christoph's point on this rebonding effect, because there is a need to look quite a bit ahead. The relationship with Russia and Finland has been really a matter of fate. I think in Norway, it's a very important thing, especially for the northern part and Finnmark especially. But then if you think about the rhetoric in southern Norway, Russia looks quite far away. Whereas from the Finnish perspective, the whole country is nothing but a border zone. So what is going on at the border has a very profound impact on the society, not just on those people who actually work in concretely border-related things, but the society as a whole. So this was just a year ago. When the discussion about the border fence in Finland started. It started after the incidents between the borders of Belarus and Poland, and Belarus and Lithuania, where the Russian side through Belarus were using the migrants as forms of hybrid warfare to push them to the border and across to the European Union. And then the Finns realized, like, wait a minute, could something similar happen here? That is how it started, the whole fence discussion in Finland. But it didn't really get any support, apart from certain right-wing populists. Most of the politicians, most of the society were laughing at that. We definitely don't want to be like the US-Mexico case, that, well, let's keep the border open. And also there's actual reasons for that. The numbers, if you think about illegal crossings without a permit. I just listened to a presentation by the head of the border guard in North Karelia, which is the province where our university is located. Their section of the border covers 1/3, basically, of the border, 470 kilometers. And he presented major statistics showing that from 2019 to 2020, the number of illegal border crossings had risen from 2 to 5. And of course, you can make a really catchy headline from this, and more than double built the fence, right? But these are actually the numbers that they're using. And just a couple of days ago, somebody called me for an interview, and I gave these numbers, and then they were asking, because I've been very critical of the fence in the Finnish media. The fence the budget is 380 million euro. And she asked me, like, so what's your proposal then? You're so critical about defense that, you know, what we should do. And I answered that I think it's a lot more cost effective if we send somebody with money on the border and give 1 million to every single person who's trying to come and say, don't come. we save hundreds of millions. It was meant as a joke, but now it's in the newspaper. It's totally a professor from the university. Somebody should be. That's right. But of course, I said it for the trying to make a point how ridiculous it is, and you know, because we didn't discuss about defense really at all. I'm sorry, I was trying to show the length of the border zone, but this was in wrong order. So of course, then what really changed about defense rhetoric in Finland was the general climate, right? We were very critical. We were laughing about the countries who wanted to build fences. Yeah, we are not going to do that. You know, we have a very good. The Finnish border guard is always very, very proud in saying that they have such a good relations with the Russian border guards. That, you know, the border is open, but it's very strictly controlled, right? They often say that, you know, the Russian side is doing such a good job in keeping people in that we don't have to do anything on this side. You know, this kind of statements I've heard years and years and years and years. But now it's the actual Russian aggression towards Ukraine was really a tipping point that changed all the dynamic like this, and all the rhetoric. And it's interesting to think about that the official explanation why we are now building the fence, both from the Finnish border guard, which is the acting agency securing the border, and the very highest level of governance, so the Prime Minister basically, is that the security situation has changed. That's always the official answer. Why we are building the fence? Because the security situation has changed. Then you ask, so what has changed in the security situation? Right? Then say, well, Russia has attacked Ukraine. Like, okay, we know that. What is the link from that to the border fence? Because now the actual threat, the official threat, the motivation, the reasoning behind the fence is no longer the ability to manage this hybrid warfare, pushing migrants to the border, migrants from third countries to the border. That was the original cause of the fence. Now we are talking about military aggression, right? And if you know anything about Finland, if you mention Russia and threat, in one sentence, you can sell any idea through any, and nobody is going to ask about the cost. If you use the national security card and mention Russia, you can sell any idea through. And if you criticize that, you know, that's the end of your public career. Anywho, so now we are building the fence on the grounds of a Russian military threat. And if you know anything about warfare, and if you know anything about the walls, if we are really, and I don't think we are, but if we are talking about tanks coming across the border, it really doesn't matter if we have the barbed wire there or there's a little bit more profound fence. But we have changed the rhetoric about the fence so that it's really difficult to criticize the fence, because now we are talking about the national security and sovereignty, and that has a basically sacred value. And with this, you can really push it through. And then the discussion, of course, the government, they consulted in making the decision to build the fence. They consulted one body, right, which was the border guard. Right. And the border guard said, they asked, like, you know, do you think it's a good idea to build a fence? Like, yes, we think it's a good idea to build a fence. I mean, shocking, right? Their task is to control the border, right? And if somebody tells them that here's 380 million to make your job easier, of course they're going to say yes. I would say yes. I personally say yes. If I would be working at working with border guard, I have to walk less back and forth the border, you know? If somebody would come to my office at the university and say, like, here's 10 million, you know, do you want to buy all kind of fancy things to do your next research paper? Like, sure. But I think the problem is not really the fence, but how the how this discussion didn't really even happen in Finland. The government of Finland has been, for example, funding many of our studies on borders, right? And saying that, you know, you need to be very active in telling us your results, recommendations, informing the decision makers about the results of the research. And we do that all the time. And then, you know, decisions like that comes and, you know, nobody bothers even looking at that. And I think that is the frustration here that I'm maybe more fed up with. The discussion really started after the decision was already made. I was tweeting so heavily with our Prime Minister, Sanna Marin, about this that I finally got an invitation to the government, the Parliament, to talk about defense. But of course, this happened after the decision had already been made, which is like, what do you do at this point in time? How in the media this has been the actual fence, which is a very small concrete thing that has been attached to this great magical, I would say, images of threats, right? You can read quite a bit that, you know, we need to do something very quickly. We're also in the process of trying to join NATO finally. Something that should have happened 30 years ago, but we are finally trying to do that. Most people in Finland in the annual polls, which is has been a great hobby in the Finnish public media to have these polls, have been opposing this, opposing to join NATO, right? That, you know, we need to have our national army and, you know, we know how to handle things and we can do that. And also for the reason that the very political decision to apply for the membership could be taken in a wrong way by Russia, that they would actually retaliate. So this rhetoric is very strong. You know, if we join NATO, the decision needs to happen like this, because there's going to be a counter move on the Russian side. And now this whole fence discussion has been linked to this. And we are talking about something that the fence is not going to solve, whether it's there or not. These are completely two discussions. Of course, when it comes to the actual NATO discussion in Finland, which is really wonderful, the rhetoric is that NATO needs Finland, not the other way around. This is really interesting. This is really a national boosting rhetoric. The imaginary that you see when there's a report about changing security environment, again, the slogan that is so often repeated why the fence is being built. And you can, of course, interpret that in many ways. We heard about this many crises, the so-called refugee crisis that used to take place. Then COVID came. There are many crises that are bothering people, right? And if you look at the polls again, if you think about what are the reasons why people feel insecure, very few of them actually mention war or military affairs. They're all something else. Top 5 or something else. Maybe price of energy. That's a very popular these days. But newspapers give you this kind of reports and reports that, you know, just behind the border, a new satellite picture that, you know, this plane has been moved from this place, and they're really playing with this old idea of Russian threat in Finland. You can see how many tanks there are, which direction they are pointing, and creating maps like this. And then they say that, you know, when we talk about the changing security environment, we don't necessarily refer to the military threat. And like, I think the imaginary supports that narrative quite strong. And again, the paper is going to be mainly about the actual fence. Why then, why the fence has gained quite a bit of support is that it's attached to these broader political decisions. Of course, the first time ever, Finland banned Russian tourists coming from Finland. It took quite a long time to do that, but the government finally made the decision to do that. On the western side of the border, if you just drive to the, for example, the Vaalimaa border crossing point, you can see many of these enlistment offices on the official border crossing points, meaning that those young men usually who are not overly keen on being sent to Ukraine to fight. They are trying to escape to Finland, to wherever they want to go, but they are people they're trying to enlist them before they get to the border. And this, of course, has been used then as one of the alternative reasons for defense, meaning that so many people are now trying to come through the forests and other less official means because they are afraid to use the official border crossing points. This is actually how defense is going to look like. I think we saw a brief map with Eileen how the actual border looks like with 9 border crossing points. So defense is going to be built similarly to the US-Mexico case, right on those most risky areas, which are basically on both sides of the border crossing points. But still, given the length of the total border, most of the border is going to be unfenced. At least for now. I'm going to close here, Christoph. What is going to happen now, and it's actually starting the 1st of March, the construction work, very close to Imatra, right here. There's going to be a pilot fence, and we've requested the permission to go and see the pilot, but you know how excited the border guard is to let a critical scholar to come and join this project. But I think 139 million euro has been used for that. That's the illustration that they are using, how it looks like, and you saw earlier how the fence looks at the moment. It's going to be at the minimum of 3 meters high. It's going to be mainly on private land. Most of the land in Finland is privately owned, so the actual land entitlement law had to be changed in a way that the government can build the fence without the approval of the landowners, if that is required. At the moment, it seems that a vast majority of the landowners have been very willing to let the government to build the fence on their land. So far there hasn't been really any issues with that. But what we can see now, and this is something that then I'm going to hopefully write in the paper, is really how these unrelated threat scenarios have been used to sell this idea without really thinking about the pros and cons of the actual construction. So we are doing something else than the fence, but the fence is really a symbolic manifestation of that. And I'm trying to understand what that symbolism actually is and what that means for the future. So for this rebound thing, because of course, it's important to be extremely critical of what is going on at the moment on the Russian side. But the geography is what it is. In 10 years, Russia is going to be there on the eastern side, and it is going to be our neighboring country. And we need to figure out how to handle these cross-border dynamics in that situation. And that's going to be very difficult to Thank you very much for the attention.
Finish border racing. Forget about that possibility. Alexander, do you manage to set up your? It's a good question. Let me see. Screen is stopped. Okay. Yeah, that's okay because you're gonna upload or open your presentation and then share it. Great. Yeah, it's good. How much time do I have? 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Okay, I'll try to be even shorter maybe. So thank you everybody. I must admit, I mean, apologize, I guess. Anyway, I saw when Christoph sent his call for papers, I got really excited and I did a bit of magical thinking myself. I just took whatever I wanted from there. But I got really excited, so I completely ignored the whole context. As I don't know, I think as scholars in general do, but I tend to do it quite often and just to choose whatever I want to see. But I really like the idea of rebordering and the rebordering shock, basically, and again, maybe completely, different from the way Christoph envisaged this, but I interpret rebordering or bordering in a very broad way. So as an actual physical border, but also as an identity border between the self and the other. And the idea of rebordering shocks, so like when borders, and again, these broad borders change, what kind of impact this has on relations between countries. So thank you, Christoph, for still inviting me and letting me participate in this panel, regardless of the fact that it's probably completely unrelated to what you had in mind. So there's no COVID in my presentation, which is probably good. No Russia as well. And basically, I'm trying to, this is a new, maybe I should start the presentation, right? Should I start the presentation? You can put it full screen. Button, slideshow, no? Yeah, slideshow, yeah. Yes, okay. So my research is on, this is relatively new project. Oh.
Yeah, it looks the same with me.
Okay. My research is on Japan-Korea relations in the post-Cold War years, so going all the way from the end of the war to the present day. And I'm trying actually, I mean, I felt like applying those concepts that were that appeared and that were used by other presenters to this project, trying to understand this relationship actually could be quite a useful framework for my own research. So again, thank you, Christoph, for that as well. Japan-Korea relations, I mean, I don't know how many scholars of East Asia are here, but overall, Japan and Korea, I mean, I'm seeing my previous slide there, so I'll try to focus on the one here. Japan and Korea, they're very interesting, a very unique set of relations. I think because both, let me go just back. I mean, you can see the just the map for the case. So yeah, so Japan's, well, actually Russia is Japan's closest neighbor. I mean, if we look at in terms of geographical distance, but Korea is very close, right? Very close to Japan. Both countries, and again, I talk about Korea, I refer to South Korea. So please, just for shorter, I will be talking about Korea. So Japan and Korea are both democracies, are both allies of the United States. Both share an enemy, common enemy, which is North Korea. I mean, the level of threat is, I guess, is different. Quite a lot of economic interactions. Japan used to be #1 like trade partner for Korea, so you would think that relations would be very close and very good. But at the same time, especially since the end of the Cold War, we have those frictions over historical memory of a colonial. Korea was, and I'll talk about this in a second. Korea was Japan's colony for 30 years. 35 years actually. So we have all those frictions, and these frictions have serious impacts on political relations, diplomatic relations, security cooperation, but also recently on economic relations between the two countries as well. So very unique set of relations. And what I'm trying to do here is to look at the causes of those through this the changes in the bordering between the two countries. And again, I'm talking about the hard border between the two countries as border, but also this bordering, this understanding of the self vis-a-vis the other. So how the countries, this border between the self and the other, how does it impact the bilateral relations between the two countries? if we go, I mean, we need to obviously to understand, to go back to to understand what happened during the Cold War, we need to go to the pre-Cold War years. And this was the first, what we can call rebordering shock. Korea was an independent country, an empire before, and was colonized by Japan. And was Japan's colony for 35 years. Well, what is interesting and kind of unique about Korea's place in the Japanese empire is that, you see, I mean, this is all, I stole this from Britannica.com. I mean, all these parts, they kind of, but you can see like Manchuria and Korea, they appear the same color. But actually, it's wrong. It's a mistake because the two places in Japan's empire was quite different. Korea was part of Japan, was officially part of Japan. So while there was, of course, there's a lot of discrimination and all kind of, in reality, there was those forced labor, comfort women of the Japanese, the Korean women were recruited to work in military brothels. Some Koreans were forced to work on Japanese mines. So there was a lot of discrimination, but at least on the official level, on the formal level, Korea was part of Japan. And at one point, I mean, the Koreans even could vote in the Japanese parliament. So this is quite, I mean, this is quite an interesting comparison, which I quite like. This is Japanese propaganda from World War II, yeah, from pre-1945. So this one is talking about the rest of Asian countries. And we can see, all those Asian people being led by Japan. Yes, so Japan is obviously above everybody with the Japanese flag. These are all different. This is Japan and Korea. Yeah, this is propaganda about Japan and Korea. And we can see Japan and Korea together and equal. And again, this is propaganda. This is on the official level, but I find it quite different, quite interesting. So if we look at this from the bordering perspective, basically this was, I mean, obviously for the Japanese, well, in different ways, but it was quite a serious shock because we have two different peoples and the border disappears between the two peoples as a result of Korea's annexation by Japan. And then there's another big shock, obviously Japan's defeat. Japan loses the war and Korea is taken away from Japan. So what happens there? We have this obviously new border, real border emerging, hard border between the two countries, two independent countries, Japan and South Korea and North Korea, each claiming to be the sole representative of all the Korean peninsula. But on this identity level, the Korea, which at least on the official discourse level during the war, they were seen as one. Yeah, Koreans and the Japanese are one people, one nation. After Japan's defeat, Korea disappears. Disappears completely. The Japanese are not interested in Korea. Japanese are not interested in Koreans at all. And we have this hard border emerging between the two countries, which until then were for 35 or actually even 40 years were basically one country. And for 15 years, there are no relations between the two countries. There are no relations between the two countries for 15 years. But in 1964, well, from 1962, negotiations start between South Korea and between Japan. And after 3 years, the two countries conclude a peace, a treaty, basically normalizing their relations. And these negotiations, this rapprochement between the two countries is really unpopular on both sides, in Japan and in Korea as well. People demonstrations in Japan, smaller scale, and in Korea as well. So why are they unpopular? Why are they unpopular in Korea? So in Korea, they're unpopular because the Korean people criticize the government for giving up to Japan, for surrendering to Japan, for being again following Japan, enabling another economic invasion of Korea by Japan, because the Koreans wanted investment. The Korean government wants investment from Japan. So the people who still have the memory of, it's only less than 20 years since the independence, people still have the memory of being colonized by Japan. So they say you should not negotiate with Japan, not on these terms for sure. Yeah, so Japan is seen as trying to again reestablish its empire now through economic means. But on the government level as well. So the government is not presenting Japan as kind of, oh, this is our brother, you know, these are friends. They say, no. Japan is bad. We don't like Japan. But to achieve true autonomy, to become a true independent nation, because Korea was poor. Korea didn't have was in even in the 50s, I think, it was one of the poorest countries in the world. Even in the 60s, it was until 62, I think, it was one of the poorest countries in the world. Yeah. So we need Japan to achieve autonomy. We need Japan. We need the Japanese finance. So there's no reconfiguration of this relationship between the Korean self as a victim and the Japanese as a former perpetrator. This border still exists, but it's presented by the government as a necessarily evil. The civil society says, no, we need to achieve true. So basically the goal is the same. We need to achieve autonomy. We need to achieve true independence. But we should not do this through relationship with Japan. We should do it in other means, by other means. This kind of perception of Japan in the civil society changes later on in the 1970s in the democratization movement. So they completely forgot about the history issues, the colonialism. And I say Japan, because Japan becomes the dominant economic investor, economic power in Korea. And basically this whole discourse about Japan as exploiting us, as again, turning us into a colony in the 1970s emerges. So, but in the on the Japanese side, the government says the government is trying to change this. So if we think about this, after 1945, this whole idea of Korea disappeared completely from the Japanese governmental discourse. Not interest in Korea. Korea doesn't exist. What we have is the United States. Asia, we don't care about Asia anymore. It's quite amazing because until 1945, it was all about Asia. It was about Asia as becoming independent from the empires. From 1945, we don't care about Asia. What we have is United States. But now the government needs somehow to change this discourse, yeah, and this idea of. But actually, we the Japanese and Koreans, we've been living together for so long, so many centuries. They are like younger brother to us. Yeah, so we need to help them. Yeah, so this idea, like again, this identity border between two countries changes in the governmental discourse. We need to accept the Koreans. We need to help them rebuild the country. We need to give them economic assistance. They are younger brother for us. They need help from us. But on the civil society level in Japan, there is a lot of resistance to this change in relationship and basically making peace with military dictatorship in Korea. And there's a new identity discourse. There's a new attempt to create a new border, a new entity in Japan, which is saying a trans-border one, which is basically creating a kind of a new subject of people, the Japanese people and the Korean people, as juxtaposed with the ruling elites. So kind of a Marxist discourse, but it's not focusing on class, it's focusing on the ruling elites of both sides of the border and the United States and the people. So the Japanese people and the Korean people are one entity, which is which is basically, juxtaposed with the ruling elites and the capital of both countries. So what happens after the Cold War? What happens in Korea is that the democratization movement, which was really opposed to relations with Japan through 1960s all the way till 1980s. But the opposition to Japan and to this kind of embracement of Japan in Korea as an investor, as a provider of technology, was not based on historical memory, was not based on colonization. It is based on this quasi-Marxist idea or discourse of Japan as, as the big capitalist country penetrating Korea with a capital, exploiting Korea, exploiting the Korean labor, and benefiting from it while Koreans continue to suffer. But what happens in the after the democratization movement, it actually wins. It actually wins, and it rises to power in Korea from 1988 onwards. But this idea of a kind of socialist country in Korea doesn't happen. Doesn't realize self-unification with South Korea doesn't, with North Korea also doesn't happen. But what does happen is the change in the discourse. Japan, which was seen as the other, so this border with Japan, which was seen as like they exploit us economically, it changes into this historical memory, colonial issues. They rise to the fore of the discourse. They become the focal point of the so-called leftist discourse in Korea, which basically sees Japan as the other, through which Korean identity is constructed. And in the Japanese, on the Japanese side, nothing much has happened. Basically, this idea of the people being united versus the ruling elites has disappeared very much from the discourse, with this civil society groups ceasing to exist. And what has remained is the governmental discourse, which has been looking basically at Korea as the younger brother, as the one in need of help and of assistance. And how does this all relate to these issues that I started with? And these are, this is a statue to the forced labor, in Korea. This is the comfort women statue, basically dedicated to the comfort women, so Korean women who were forced or semi-forced to work in brothels during the military time, forced labor in Korea, in Japanese mines. And this is a territorial dispute. So how does this all relate to this? And basically, I'm arguing, or I will try to show you the paper in the final version, that we can bring it back to this idea of these borders of identity that were created during the Cold War, in which for Japan, Korea is a younger brother. So for Japanese, what is the problem? The younger brother is raising some issues. The younger brother supposed to follow, right? He's not supposed to challenge the older brother. So this is the kind of the Japanese position. From the Korean position, this idea that Japan is exploiting Korea economically, this idea of the Japanese capital is dominating and exploiting Korea, is transformed into this the colonial memory, into the idea that Japan is not willing to face its colonial misdeeds. So basically, with this, we have this identity borders that were created during the Cold War. They continue to shape the clash and the understanding of each other today, and perpetuate this conflict or conflicts over historical memory between the two countries. Thank you so much. I will stop here. I think I'm a little over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. We now have a last paper, which will be delivered online. Okay. Well, see how we manage this.
Hello, I'm here. Hear me?
Oh, yeah, we hear you.
Okay, the share screen is enabled, so I'm not able to share my presentation, but that's not a problem for me. I don't know, maybe if you want my presentation to be seen, maybe to allow me to share it.
Yeah, you should be able to allow to
on
share.
the
Yeah.
very end, right there. Yeah.
No,
You were
left, left, left.
You were
left.
right. Security. And then
Allow
enable
participants.
share screen. Share screen.
Okay, we gave you the rights to.
Okay, okay, excellent. So here it is. Okay, you can see it. Excellent. First of all, I would like to apologize that I wasn't able to join you in physical form and to see you all. It's really a shame for me, but with a small baby, I wasn't able to arrange with many layovers this trip. So first of all, I'm sorry that I wasn't able to join you. Second of all, I would like to thank you for letting me participate in your panel by acknowledging that this topic that I will present today is also important one in the phenomenon of rebordering. I was taking the notes pretty carefully while Christoph was giving his introduction, because not only that I believe that this process is not a simple one, or this relationship of rebordering and border changing is not a simple one, but actually I do believe that it's being parallel two-way phenomenon, at least if we try to see it from the perspective of Southeast Europe. So this is the reason why I do call it borders in transition, because rebordering as a definition actually refers to European Union. And today I would like to talk about the concept and the changing of borders, both in European Union on its peripheries and finally in Southeast Europe as well. So the region of Southeast Europe, I'm not even going to try to define it, and then a part of it called Western Balkans, it's rather complicated when coming to borders. And the phenomenon of rebordering, as it is defined or connected to European Union, actually in the region of Southeast Europe was going in the other direction. And I will say a few things about that as well. So if one think about creating a border, or the process of creating border from frontiers through bordering to borders, actually debordering and rebordering process happened simultaneously in the region of Southeast Europe, and also simultaneously with rebordering happening in European Union. In Southeast Europe, these borders in transition, as I like to call them, because they are not yet in their final phase, or as they are envisioned by being a part of European Union or togetherness in sense of European continent, actually the borders are being used as a mechanism of Europeanization of territory in countries that seek future accession. Second part of transition is actually a cyclical one, and it refers to the practice of hardening of border regimes. So in that sense, hardening of borders. The process of rebordering in European Union, as we all know it, actually started with the fall of Berlin Wall in the 1980s. Then in the 1990s, there was first negotiations, and afterwards also the acknowledgement of Schengen regime. Then further in deepening of European Union relations, and then a crisis that hit European Union from financial crisis. First a phase of Ukraine crisis, then migration crisis, and finally pandemic that left the question of externalization of borders and border security that I will also mention. In the same time, in the Southeast Europe, and more particularly in Western Balkans, actually in the 1980s, there were no borders, so it was one state. Then in the 1990s, when European Union was talking about abolishing borders and open border regime, actually few wars took place with a hardening of border regimes in a direction of new national borders. In 2010, actually, we had a particular situation in Southeast Europe where you had 3 countries, geographically important countries, Croatia, Bulgaria, and Romania, being members of European Union, but not being members of Schengen regime. So in that sense, you had three-folded or three-layered zones of integration and borders and different borders in the region of Southeast Europe. So you had Schengen border, you had national borders, and you had borders of not yet integrated states. So in that sense, when crisis that I mentioned hit European Union, the repercussions in the region of Southeast Europe was even harder. So in a sense of consequences. The Southeast Europe had few phases of rebordering processes in this other direction that I mentioned. So first of all, during the Cold War, the issue was the one of belonging. So it was whether the region belonged to the East or to the West. If you remember the notion of Cold War, then you know that this broader region was actually balancing in between. There were 2 countries that were members of Warsaw Pact. There were 2 countries members of NATO, and Yugoslavia and Albania was neutral. So in that sense, this whole region was a part of a balancing system of belonging. So borders were zones or frontiers. In the second phase of rebordering, or the other direction of bordering and rebordering this region, was the opposite one. So while in the rest of the world and European Union, there were notions of globalization, deterritorialization, actually in the region of Southeast Europe, there was disintegration, and there were attempts of rebordering on ethnical principles, or building a new borders on ethnical principles. So you can name it or label it a classical geopolitics in its finest. And then we come to the third phase of rebordering, or this other direction of rebordering. And one has to mention the Fortress Europe or Schengen land, the external border of European Union or Schengen border of European Union, that should be the one that enables inner or more central European states to have open borders in between themselves. In that sense, Schengen land or Schengen border influence region in many layered ways. So right now, from this year, we have another situation. Croatia entered the Schengen system. So now you have also a bit different layers of belonging or not belonging, in a sense of bordering in the region of Southeast Europe. With the process of softening the inner borders and border regimes in European Union, not only that external border should be a hard one, or that the regime of Schengen border should be harder, but European Union after migration crisis tried to do something called externalization of border security, as Rhys Jones defined it or calls it. So in a sense of sending the challenges or issues that could tackle the external border even further to the third countries. And the example of that is the agreement between European Union and Turkey about closing Turkey's border and stopping migration or refugees crisis in 2016 or after the first few waves. In that sense, this externalization of border security actually brings some moral dilemmas in a sense of human rights, but I will come to that a bit later in my conclusion. So this contemporary rebordering practice in Southeast Europe actually pointed out a few phenomenon or few things that happened mostly in crisis. So first of all, during the migration crisis happened something that could be defined as Schengen paradox. So as the Schengen system was envisioned to have open borders in between member states and external border that is a bit harder, the thing that happened during the migration crisis is that member states abolished Schengen regime, so the inner borders once again became borders, and the external border was the one that was porous. So in that sense, these huge migration flows were actually going through that. During the pandemic crisis, this rebordering practice in Southeast Europe actually happened on micro-regional regimes, in a sense of acknowledging regional borders or even county borders as important ones. And that's a very interesting thing that happened, that nation states wanting to save their tourism or wanting to save their economy actually asked a European Union level to define parts of their territory safe, not all countries, but parts. So in that sense, some kind of regional micro rebordering actually took place. And this is something that I'm actually doing a research on right now. So other than that, in Southeast Europe, this kind of re-territorialization processes actually left positive and negative effects. First one is the positive effects of Europeanization through the bordering regimes or change of bordering regimes. This is bottom-up process, but along with this positive effect, there is also a negative one, and that's local political divisions that happened because of and due to different crisis situations. Going towards conclusion, actually here in Southeast Europe, there are a few other phenomena that should be taken into account when thinking about borders and rebordering, and that's geopolitical importance and all kind of influences that are happening in the region, and why the region has its security dimension still or again. also different myths and myths about belonging. So in this kind of discourses in geopolitical culture, where borders are being more than just borders, or more than just administrative lines in a sense of belonging to Europe or not, and ambivalent borders that usually occur in this region in a sense of being hard or soft on border regimes due to the political interest. And there were few examples. I can elaborate on that if there will be any questions. What happened in region of Southeast Europe due to the fact that it had rebordering process in other direction than the rest of European Union, actually happened something that I already mentioned, and that's paradox of Schengen. Then another thing that happened is silent transit that had its outbursts in different violent blockades, and now I'm talking about migrant routes and migrant crisis, and both legal and illegal attempts of crossing this different kind of borders that exist in the region of Southeast Europe. Also, due to the fact that there are parts of European territory in Southeast Europe not yet being integrated, and due to the fact that different member states have different phases of Schengen agreement or Schengen rules implemented, the outcome is actually human hubs. This is something that's happening right now in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Before that, it was happening in Serbia. So there are actually migrants that are being trapped in these not yet integrated parts of European Union. Why this is something that's being a paradox? It is because that those migrants came through European borders and then are trapped in non-European territory or not European Union territory, and now they are trying to re-enter European borders or Schengen once again, if looking from the Croatian perspective of view. And finally, this externalization of border security that becomes more and more common practice for European Union and other powerful states, that actually raises a question about militarization of borders in the third countries, and of course human rights, because it's being paid to the third countries to take care of a border, and then no questions asked. So in that sense, this externalization is something that we have to think about. And finally, I'm coming to the conclusion. Can
you sum up in 1 minute, Marta, please?
Yes. It's I will be pretty short. So Southeast Europe region is in specific geopolitical position. These layered frontiers and borders that I mentioned that are intersecting the region actually makes it impossible to have generalizations in an academic way. So the only way to research this kind of different peculiarities in the region is actually case study, country-specific oriented issues and case study research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marta. Okay, I think we have more or less 10 minutes left, where the audience can now engage in a discussion with the presenters who would like to ask questions. Please do so presented. You can come in the front, so it's easier to have a
There's only one
conversation.
chair.
Yeah.
Can we just
You
turn
can stand. Please. Okay. First question. Let's do not, in the back, you are first.
Yes, this one is for Jody. On your presentation, very enlightening. But there's something I can't understand. And that is, I know the Finns, your country is very forward-looking, very innovative. One of the fields that I'm involved in circular economy, for example.
Sure.
But in an age where cyber warfare and air power and space warfare are now fully developed.
Yes.
Never mind armor and artillery.
Yes.
The meaning of that of the border wall is
useless.
It's totally absurd.
Yes.
So what do you surmise? It's a symbolic, it's a reflexive social psychology issue. How do you explain it?
I think you just explained it.
Okay, next question.
Give me 30 seconds to reflect. I mean, what you say is correct. I mean, there are a lot of money, a lot of machinery being used for the hybrid warfare. We have a big center in Helsinki that runs much of that, and that is really where the investments should be. Defense has nothing to do with that. It's purely psychological measure, very populist measure as well.
So it's a political move?
To an extent it is. I mean, the elections are coming. I mean, should you be the only political party to say that, you know, we don't support defense? I don't think it will go well. I mean, I can see it myself. I've been by far the most vocal academic criticizing that. And those who you read the Finnish news, you can see what kind of comments people are writing, that, you know, that you know, you are basically a traitor, that, you know, you don't care about the safety of the country. And then you're like, well, this has nothing to do with the safety of the country. So the discussion is at that level. So it's a symbol. It's a symbol. It has something to do with the sense of psychological comfort. It's the same thing why you fence your backyard. You know, that what we have been doing for a long time. But your point is exactly correct. If we think about what the concrete threats might be from the hybrid warfare, defense has absolutely nothing to do with it.
Jim. Yeah, it's a question for Eileen. I like this idea of magical thinking a lot in this context. My favorite example of magical thinking is always cryptocurrency, but that's another issue. But I wonder though, if you aren't in a sense arguing against, maybe implicitly without meaning to, a lot of what has been the EU project. You know, and I think, you know, being in higher education, I've always been envious of the Erasmus program, for example. And the notion that if we can, and I think that I will argue later, this is what the US and Mexico need, is we need to send more people across the border, and we need to receive more people, and we need to build those connections. And maybe thinking that that's all we need to do is what is the magical part. I don't know, but I think that I just wonder if you agree that is an important part of how we move forward in some sort of progressive and humanistic way.
No, I agree with you. And if I had a more nuanced presentation, I would have said that, yes, that is one of the uses, because I said uses and abuses of magical thinking, uses of magical thinking. But the thing is, you can't expect it to be a quick.
Yeah, no, it's generational.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Yeah.
an incremental change over time. And so the fact that the Barents region is 30 years old this year, and we've sort of stepped 10 years, 20 years back, is disheartening.
Yeah.
But you have to sort of think about the number of Russian exiles that are now living in Norway, who have bought into this magical thinking idea that, yeah, democracy, transparency, free speech are all laudable things to able to live in, and that autocracy and dictatorship is not a way to live. So, but it's as Lenin said, 2 steps forward. Yeah. So. Yeah.
Thank you. Very interesting session. I would like to have to make a short commentary to the presentations by Jussi and Eileen, because I've been I have also this connection to the areas you've been covering. And I think one important comment that I have to make is that it was not the first reporting shock that the areas have experienced, that the Arctic migrant route or Arctic transit route was probably the first shock when actually the border fence was already built in northern Norway. And I think this was the precedent on the one hand. And it was back in 2015, early 2016. So this is one commentary, and another commentary more to Eileen's presentation. And again, now in this, when you were replying to a previous question, I could see that we are thinking along the same lines, but I think that there are some tangible results of parents' cooperation, and you probably need to think not so much about the drones that are flying across the border, but maybe more about the civic anti-war movement that is present, and to what extent people, even though they could be charged, they could be jailed, they still try to express themselves. And to what scale this has been present within the Russian North, because I would argue that there is a very strong Nordic identity there. I mean, it's questionable to what extent it's Barents, but definitely I would say that kind of this exchanges and exposure to knowing how it is and how it is possible to live in a different setting, it made a difference.
Yeah, two short answers, and then there is a last question.
Very quick. Very quickly, yeah, you're correct. But the point is that 2015, when the migration situation was what it was, people in Finland were openly laughing about the fence idea. And that's the whole point of my talk, that back then nobody took it seriously. Nobody took it seriously that we should have a fence that would solve this problem. Then the war started, and all of a sudden everybody is applauding that we need a fence. And that's exactly the point of the presentation, but thanks for clarifying.
I think that there was a previous shock even to that, was the annexation of Crimea in 2014. But the thing is, we were all sort of stymied by it. We did nothing. Europe did nothing. But if it had done in 2014, maybe 2022 would have happened. We don't know, but it was a shock that we didn't react to. So even before the migration across the borders, which it's been found out was instigated in northern Norway.
Thanks so much for the really interesting presentation. I'll continue with the others and stay on the Finnish-Russian border. I live in the middle of Sweden, so not so far away. And spent a bit of time in Kuusamo. Okay. I found when I was in Kuusamo, I was really stunned by, even though I've been in Sweden for a while, but this kind of history and the memories of the movement of this village and the border stories there. And then listening to your presentation, I started reflecting on some of the work that my colleague Jack and I have been doing, and sort of wondering if you'd ever thought of putting a heritage futures perspective on the border fence. So what stories will we tell about a fence that we spent $1 billion and never needed? Is this in fact some monument to a security discourse from long past? There's a group of folks that work with this, and I found myself wondering, this would be sort of interesting. And then thinking about these other places that have recovered from brutal border, Via della Pace or the Western Front Way or other stuff that we've sort of looked at, and wondered if that might be something that we ought to do.
I take it as a recommendation. It's very interesting.
Or an invitation, shouldn't we?
Well, sure, yeah. I mean, I haven't done anything about that, so I can't really reflect on that. That's a wonderful idea and something worth looking into for sure. Thank you.
A long hiking trip.
Yeah. There was a last question.
You showed a slide concerning the USA-Mexico border wall.
Yes.
And I think there are infiltrations if there are border walls. Yes. And he also mentioned that in Finland-Russian border, there is no border monumentation. You showed the boundary line in between the jungles. And you also mentioned that Finland political parties want to make fencing with Russian borders.
Yes.
My query is, what is the reasons to plan to make fences in between Finland and Russia? Reasons, only the reasons.
Governments need to show that they are doing something. That's a very
the
easy
chair
way
of
to
the
show
panel is answering because
it's the same story.
It's a populist politics. It's a populist politics. You can say that we have perceived a problem. We are doing something concrete about that.
Protecting
We know
the
that it's
people.
not working, but it's the same with Mr. Trump's ideas that other people are talking. I built this. It doesn't work, but I did it. And what did you do? That's how politics works. Unfortunately, but it's a really, really expensive political move.
It also creates jobs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, contractors.
A lot of
ones who benefit.
Well, before you all run away from
People are already walking.
Thanks a lot for attending the session. To be continued tomorrow afternoon, same time, different room. We'll find it. It's going to be super interesting. Different regions will be covered, different speakers, of course, but same topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you.
And then I will be in this panel tomorrow, the continuation. For lunch, and then this one. At lunchtime, okay.
And you were presenting.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Sure. Thanks for your comments.
Yes. Yeah. No, I cannot. I cannot go. Yeah. But no.
Yeah, no, that's really good. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Oh, I've got to share. Okay.
Share screen is there.
Yeah. But for some reason, seems that it didn't work. Hey, Stanley?
Okay. I'm trying to come in now, and let's see. Where do you have me now? I'm going to try to share my screen. If I share this screen, you should, can you see me now?
You see it?
The screen.
Stop the screen sharing. But the screen. I mean, just the Stanley gets stop the screen sharing.
Can you see the slideshow?
No, we see a Chrome browser. Now
Oh, here. No. Here.
Okay. So you should now maybe see.
Yes, we see
Can
it.
you see? Can you see it now? Oh, good. Okay. All right. Let me do this then. Let me switch over.
Touch anything and just present.
You now have a title slide. You have that?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
but-
good. All right. So then I'll start, if that's okay. So the title, we are myself at the University of South Carolina. You see Harvey Starr is also here with me, and Michael Gavin just checked in. He's also at the University of South Carolina, waiting to you now. The paper that we want to present to you is called Linguistics, Geography and Politics, Border and Language Dynamics in the Russian Borderland. So I will start here by just giving you a little bit of an outline. And what we are going to do is focus on the border stability in the post-Ukraine world, touching on borders, territorial and linguistic integrity, and what's called the hard shell of the state, with particular attention to Ukraine and Russia. Now, Starr 2006 noted that geography is dynamic rather than immutable, unchanging, or deterministic, as sometimes asserted in much earlier geopolitical research. One major factor in this dynamic is how borders change. Now, a typology of ethno-linguistic conflict from Davies and Dubinsky 2018 presents two forms of language conflict relevant to the Ukrainian-Russian context: geopolitical minority conflicts and competition for linguistic dominance conflicts. GPM conflicts arise from changed borders through political unification or dissolution, war and conquest, or post-war treaties. CLD conflicts, in those ethno-linguistic groups each hold sway in some region of a country, one struggling for dominance over the other. This allows us to distinguish between territorial integrity and linguistic integrity. Now, territorial integrity is challenged by the disconnect between territory occupied by ethno-linguistic groups and the boundaries of states. Linguistic integrity, in turn, is challenged by language dialect distinctions. How different must two dialects be to count as distinct languages? How similar can they be without being regarded as a single language? Now, since linguistic differences are often arrayed along a spectrum called the dialect continuum, categorical boundaries distinguishing languages from each other are artificial, contestable, and changeable. We observe that language, like borders, is also dynamic, and the dynamisms interact. Borders respond to language variation, meaning that ethno-linguistic groups' battles for territorial control can lead to border changes. Likewise, borders disrupt dialect continua, meaning that people's linguistic identity can be disrupted by geopolitics. And these shifts in how people see themselves can be swift. Long-term, these shifts affect languages themselves, with language policy and environment influencing language change. The Ukrainian-Russian struggle is a conflict with language as central to the Ukrainian national claims and Putin denying the autonomy of the Ukrainian language. We categorize the Russian-Ukrainian conflict as both a linguistic dominance competition as well as a geopolitical linguistic minority conflict. On the one hand, Russian language dominated and Ukrainian language dominated regions in Ukraine are vying for political power, which makes it a CLD conflict. On the other hand, this conflict results from the creation of a geopolitical minority, that is, a GPM conflict. The very presence of Russian language speaking regions in Ukraine resulted from Soviet allocations of territory on the part of Stalin and Khrushchev, along with compelled internal migrations. This created conditions for a bona fide GPM conflict with the dissolution of the USSR. As regards integrity, Putin's assault on Ukraine leverages Ukraine's Russian-speaking minority to threaten its territorial integrity. The existence of a Russian-speaking linguistic minority in Ukraine becomes a pretext for an assault on Ukraine itself. At the same time, Putin views the autonomy of the Ukrainian language as a challenge to the linguistic integrity of Russian. For example, in 2021, Putin writes, Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians are all bound together by one language, economic ties, and faith. People both in Western Ukrainian and Belarusian and Eastern Muscovite Russian lands spoke the same language. Note he says spoke, not speak. Putin both alleges Russian to be separate from Ukrainian to justify an invasion on behalf of the Russian linguistic minority, and in contradiction, rejects the linguistic separation of the minority that he seeks to protect. Now, in this section, we will document ethno-linguistic impacts of border changes accompanying 250 years of Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth control of Ukraine, leading Ukrainian to evolve into a distinct language and the subsequent Russian and Soviet domination of Ukraine. International borders have moved across Ukraine throughout its history. From about 1400 until the 17th, 18th centuries, Ukraine was ruled by the Kingdom of Poland and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, as illustrated on the map here. This period saw a high degree of interaction between Ukrainian-speaking and Polish-speaking peoples. Now, the influence of international boundaries on both objective and subjective linguistic realities cannot be overstated. The shifting of an international border can quickly change people's linguistic affiliation. An instructive example of this occurred in 1658 when the Danish provinces of Scania, Blekinge, and Bohuslän were transferred to Sweden by the Treaty of Roskilde. Residents of these provinces before 1658 were speakers of Danish, but by the 18th century, merely 40 years later, were considered themselves to be speakers of Swedish. As the diagram here represents, local dialects did not change, but linguistic affiliations of their speakers did. For Ukrainian and Russian, changes were not merely affiliative, but substantial and observable. As the partial Slavic language tree here shows, Russian and Ukrainian belong to the East Slavic subfamily of Slavic languages. While a Polish border between Ukrainian and Russian-speaking regions did not lead to Ukrainian speakers considering themselves speakers of Polish, it did disrupt the relationship between Ukrainian and Russian and led to Ukrainian both being influenced by Polish and losing some of its similarities to Russian. Now, Polish and Ukrainian native speakers in the Ukrainian regions of Poland engaged in linguistic and ethnic mixing. And it should be no surprise that Ukrainian was heavily influenced by Polish, sometimes borrowing Polish words pronunciations and spellings wholesale, and sometimes Ukrainianizing them. The Ukrainian Polish-Russian correspondence table here illustrates some common high-frequency words borrowed into Ukrainian from Polish. Later, most of Ukraine, excepting Galicia and Transcarpathia, was absorbed into the Russian Empire. In the 17th century, the rise of the Ukrainian Cossack power against Poland along the Dnieper River led to eastern Ukraine being transferred from Poland to Russia. Now, Cossack demands of Russia included recognition of the Ukrainian language, but this was denied under Tsarist rule. By the start of the 19th century, Russia had banned all teaching of Ukrainian, and by 1876, in response to the growth of Ukrainian literary language, also prohibited the use of Ukrainian in publishing, public performances, and lectures. Thus, Ukrainian, an East Slavic language, developed for 3 centuries under the influence of Polish, a West Slavic language, followed by another 3 centuries, mostly under East Slavic Russian influence, resulting in a language that is distinct from both. Now, although one should always respect a group's right to call their language whatever they want, we take a strong stand against unjustified claims about linguistic unity where there isn't any ground for them. That's from Balin 2020. So to objectively measure actual lexical differences, Murphy et al. 2023 implemented a Python-coded algorithm similar to those discussed in Nerbonne and Kretschmar 2013, and used it to calculate Levenstein distance between frequency-based lists of words drawn from natural corpora of several languages, applying these measures to the triplets of Polish, Ukrainian, Russian, and to Serbian, Bosnian, Croatian. We expected Ukrainian to show language family similarity with Russian and contact-induced similarity with Polish, in the same way that English exhibits language family similarity with German and contact-induced similarity with French. The table here and the figure in the next slide show the results of comparing 2 sets of 3 languages from among the 45 pairings that we compiled. Ukrainian, Russian, Polish, that's UK, RU, and PL. Bosnian, Croatian, and Serbian, that's BS, HR, and SR. In the table, average lexical similarity represents the average similarity of all source target word pairs. Perfect match percentage, PMP, is the percentage of word pairs out of the total that had identically matched strings of consonants. In the table here, the pairings of Bosnian, Croatian, and Serbian show both uniformly high ALS, that's 66 to 70%, and high PMP, ranging from 30 to 43%. For Ukrainian, Russian, and Polish, we found the Russian and Ukrainian parents yield the highest ALS, 57 to 63%, and the highest PMP, 9 to 12%. It was also noteworthy that the PMP for Ukrainian and Polish is higher, 7%, than the PMP for Russian and Polish. The results are seen more clearly in this scatter plot, which has ALS on the x-axis and PMP on the y-axis for each language pair. The solid red line is a regression analysis of the expected correlation of ALS and PMP based on the 45 language pairing sample. Now here, we see that Bosnian, Croatian, and Serbian have the highest ALS and higher than expected PMP. Turning again to Ukrainian, Russian, and Polish, we note that Ukrainian and Russian PMP is far less than expected. And Ukrainian and Polish PMP are higher than Russian and Polish PMP. We thus see that Bosnian, Ukrainian, and Serbian display the level of lexical similarity and perfect match scores that one would expect from varieties of the same language. On the other hand, one cannot make a similar claim for Russian and Ukrainian. Their combined ALS, 60% about, is unsurprising given their East Slavic relatedness, yet they register half the PMP that their similarity would predict, 10.5% rather than 20%. Note also that Ukrainian and Polish PMP at 7% is twice as high as Russian and Polish PMP. So given that Ukrainian and Russian are both East Slavic languages and Polish are higher Ukrainian and Polish PMP and unexpectedly low Ukrainian and Russian PMP suggests the presence of contact-induced similarity effects, which are credibly associated with Ukraine's having long been part of Poland. This supports the conclusion that Ukrainian, which has drifted away from Mexico. Having examined now how borders and border changes lead to language change, we turn now to ways in which borders affect language policy, and then to ways in which language policy catalyzes struggles for new borders. Here we examine first the Austrian Empire language policies in Western Ukraine during the late 19th century, and then post-World War II Ukrainian insurgency against the Soviets, which is arguably attributable to those same 19th century language policies. Well before the 19th century, Ukrainian had become a language of national consciousness. And Russian anti-Ukrainian language policy imposed by Russia in the Ukrainian-speaking regions only served to set the stage for later Ukrainian-Russian conflict after the Russian Revolution. Now, in areas not under Russian rule as well, especially in Austria, Ukrainian came to be influenced in ways that aroused language-centered nationalism. While the Transcarpathian Ukrainian speakers had not come under Polish-Lithuanian rule, those in Galicia lived as Polish crown subjects until the first 1772 partition of Poland. At that time, Lviv, Ternopil, and Ivano-Frankivsk were under Austro-Hungarian rule, and Austria at that point shared a border with the Russian Empire. The situation on this new Austrian-Russian frontier was not helped by Pan-Slavism, which was on the rise throughout 19th century Eastern Europe, first confronting the Ottoman Empire. By 1858, Russian Pan-Slavism arose in the idea Austria was the enemy of Slav and should be destroyed. Understandably, Austrian policies were influenced by nervousness about Russophile inclinations of Galicia's Ukrainians in these newly acquired territories. Dard in 2009 describes Western Ukraine under Austrian and Hungarian rule between 1867 and 1914. In Austrian-ruled Galicia, Austrian efforts to de-Russify the territory involved applying pro-Ukrainian policies, language policies, in order to stimulate Ukrainian ethnic nationalism. In Hungarian-ruled Transcarpathia, an ethnically identical Ukrainian region south of Galicia, such language policies were not applied. And it is probable that Austrian language policies provided some impetus to the 1917 to 21 Ukrainian War of Independence following the Russian Revolution. It is plausible, based on Darden's analysis, that Austria's pro-nationalist Ukrainian language policies persisted even into the 20th century, when Ukrainians in former Galicia but not those in former Transcarpathia, pursued armed rebellion against the Soviet Empire from 1946 to 1952. The battles of the Ukrainian insurgent army constituted the largest and most protracted armed resistance to Soviet rule after World War II, and it is significant that their soldiers were recruited almost exclusively from Galicia, the region most influenced 50 to 70 years earlier by Austrian nationalistic language policies, and not at all from Transcarpathia, where nationalistic linguistic policies were not applied. So this presentation is the borders and language, dynamism of geography largely generated by the historical changes in the recognized legal borders of nation states in the European state system, primarily in the post-Treaty Westphalia area following the 30 Years' War. The dynamism of language is built upon the changing influences that accompany changing borders, areas coming under the influence of different countries with different governments, governmental policies, and different privileged languages. Borders may be altered through war and conquest, the dissolution or unification of empires or states, and the treaties that codify such languages. As noted, territorial integrity and linguistic integrity continually interact. The Ukrainian-Russian case illustrates how the historical narrative of the movement to borders affects ethno-linguistic groups and the ways in which new political contexts might generate conflict between such groups and larger political entities. We use this case to exemplify two language conflict types: geopolitical minority conflicts arising from changes in borders, and competition for linguistic dominance, where regionally dominant linguistic groups compete for political control. Our discussion first showed how national borders influence language development, challenging Putin's 2021 statements regarding the supposed historical linguistic unity of Russian and Ukrainian. We showed how border changes led to changes in Ukrainian such that there being two distinct languages is not in question. The impact of 2.5 centuries of Lithuanian rule on Polish is analogous to the influence of 350 years of Norman French rule upon England. Judging it important to substantiate claims of language distinctiveness objectively, we implemented an algorithm that calculates lexical distance between frequency-based word lists in a manner sensitive to both organic and contact-induced change, to fully reveal Ukrainians' complex relationship with both Russian and Polish. Contrasting lexical distances among Polish, Ukrainian, Russian to those of Bosnian, Croatian, Serbian, we demonstrated that Ukrainian and Russian as distinct, supporting the position of John Balin, wherein he states that a strong stand against unjustified claims of linguistic unity are unjustified when there are no grounds for them. Finally, at the same time, we took note of how language policies give rise to the urge to create borders. Having a language that drifted away from Russian to a significant degree, Ukrainians' desire for a separate polity on the basis of their language was exacerbated by Austria's application of nationalistic language policies in the 19th century. And seeing those policies play out in post-World War II insurgents against the Soviet Union on the part of grandchildren and great-grandchildren of those Ukrainians who have been directly affected by 19th century language policies, we have to acknowledge the power and persistence of language policy itself and better appreciate the potential for language policies to engender help or harm. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate the last line, can engender help or harm, and that is actually true. I don't know what to do now because I'm not such a technological genius.
I've stopped sharing, so that should clear your screens there.
Okay, we keep the time for a question at the end. So now I have to, I don't know what to do to go back to my screen. Like this, I suppose. I don't want to. Not there, just a second. Please help me because I cannot use this computer. Sorry. Okay.
This is your screen, bordering nature?
Yes. This is not mine. No, this is This is it, yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. No. Go back. Like, okay, yes. Thank you very much. So I give myself the floor, and I give myself 20 minutes. And well, I'm Eilat from Italy, from Milano Bicocca, and I've been working on borderscapes for 15 years. But now I decided to look at border from a different point of view, and to any kind, not more only on political border or international border, but any kind of border. And in this case, I'm going to speak about the representation of the border between human and nature in dystopian narratives. So this is my outline, some theoretical premises. And when I prepared this presentation, I thought that everyone was quite confident with critical geopolitics, but today I discovered that is not true, because actually we are not all geographers. There are people coming from many different disciplines, so I will lose some time speaking about critical geopolitics.
Oh, okay, so you're okay?
Yeah, thank you. Then I would like to underline why I'm looking at the landscape and representation of land as a critical metaphor. And then we'll present three different ways of bordering nature in dystopian post-apocalyptic landscape, and try to understand why it is important to look at this kind of representation and the meaning of the environment, how is defined the environment in this narrative. So this is the slide that I added actually this afternoon, because it's a typical from critical geopolitics to make reference to this slide. It's so famous that I thought that everyone knows it, but yes, everyone, if they are critical geopolitician, you don't know about it. So critical geopolitics is a way of looking at the discourse, producing the map of the world, but in a different, following different streets. I mean, formal geopolitics is what we study at school, at the university, what the strategic institutes say about the world. Practical geopolitics, what the politicians say about the world. But what I'm interested into is popular geopolitics. That is what the mass media, cinema, novels, cartoons, everything that is popular culture is speaking about the world. So this is more or less, of course, these are just very simplified, because we should put arrows in every, and connecting everything. Because of course, maybe a politician has been reading a book or watching a movie and make up his way of thinking about the world. Because of popular geopolitics. So this is more or less the theoretical framework. I add just maybe you recognize him, it's David Harvey, and I quote him because he says that it's actually important to look at nature and above all the critical examination of the relation to nature. And this is actually what I'm trying to do today. Then I'm quoting another critical geopolitician, Shannon O'Leary. She wrote this thing in 2003. This is a new edition, but actually she's been working more or less for 20 years on this topic, the idea of environmental geopolitics. And I'm quoting her because she says that speaking about the environment is something real relevant for speaking about power and our relation with power. And actually, this is important because we must understand what is important and worth protecting in terms of security and risk. And then this is another quote from Shannon O'Leary, because I'm working on the first of the three questions that she suggested for environmental geopolitics. How is the environmental being defined and specified by this argument? This is my topic, because in my opinion, how we define the environment, defines what are we actually protecting and what are our environmental practices. And so, what is the environment? And how popular geopolitics and popular culture is influencing. So this is actually my book. I'm self-prom, and this book is about it's called Eco-Critical Geopolitics. It's actually about we're trying to analyze popular culture and how popular culture influences or produce other taken for granted world and taken for granted categories about the environment. So this is taken from critical geopolitics, but the different topics, no more the world geopolitical map, but the relationship between the human and the non-human and our praxis, our environmental discourse, and how we define, again, the environment following to this influential popular culture. I want to underline that this critical approach is not neutral, but that is actually connected with ecofeminism and the post-human positions, and so is actually aimed at promoting a vision of the environment that is actually not anthropocentric and that connecting human beings and non-human animals. And it is actually connected with ecofeminism in promoting the idea that we are in a system, in a hierarchical system of power that the ecofeminists called anthroparchy. And anthroparchy put together colonialism, social domination, patriarchy, and capitalism, and ecofeminism. They try to struggle against all this binarism that are connecting the world, and they are making up this kind of system of power, anthroparchy. Eventually, the last theoretical thing is about the importance of landscape and of this very famous book by Barnes and Douglas from the 90s, and actually it represents a turning point for the evolution of critical geopolitics, and that actually underlines the importance of landscape that is now produced by the discourse about it. So this is the first part of my presentation. Then I go to dystopia. I think that everyone knows what a dystopia is a future that we don't want. And actually, every dystopia is a case, a situation in which something is frightening us, because there is something that we are worried about, and that we represent in the dystopia the worst possible scenario. And we have a lot of dystopias from the beginning of, I'm quoting just the most famous, from the beginning of the 20th centuries. And actually, I will be speaking about we, that is perhaps not famous as 1984, not famous at Fahrenheit 451, but perhaps is for further, because it has been influencing a lot most of the following presentation. So a dystopia may be an exaggeration of a future where there is no individual freedom because of the totalitarian power, or because of corporate power. There are all famous dystopias, and where is a world where people are segregated because of their class, beauty, genetic heritage, and money. This is actually from a time machine that is from the end of the 19th century, but this was actually a future, a very dystopian future as well. So I can distinguish between dystopian landscapes and post-apocalyptic landscape, because usually a dystopia is characterized by a world very ordered. There is an excessive order imposed by the totalitarian power on society, and this border transfers order into borders. So there is order, border in the space, while post-apocalyptic landscapes are usually characterized by the breaking of rules and the loss of every kind of border. So there is two different kinds of world, the one with too many borders, and the other one with no borders at all, no order, no territorial organization. In the dystopian fantasies, the borders can be imposed at tall scale. So we have got cities that are divided vertically, for instance, in metropolis, or in blocks, for instance, in the Children of Men, or just we have got fragmented states, national border are impenetrable, and sometimes the earth is surrounded by a border because people from the earth cannot reach the artificial world where life is possibly much better. We have so segregated cities of men, or in time, or the point is that I want to make today is that sometimes this nature that is segregated beyond the border. And so I'm quoting this book that was written in Russian, but published the very first time in English in 1924. And there is a representation of one state that is the world or politically organized, that is separated from the nature by a green wall. And this green wall cannot be separated, is just impossible to trespass. But so there is order on the one side and life on the other. And this is some quotes from this book on, well, the green wall is, I think, the greatest invention ever conceived. It is the main character that is speaking, and is an enthusiasm at the beginning, of course, of this perfectly happy world that is represented in we. In we, everyone lives in a house of glass, so cannot be controlled by everyone else. So it's a perfect panopticon, if you want to say. And but in this perfect situation, there is no nature at all, but the air on the ends of the main character, and they cannot stand this airy. You call them the airy poems because they're animals, they're simian, they're ape-like, and so you recognize in his ends something that is coming from nature, that is not ordered, that is not rational, that is not social, that is not political, something totally different. A similar, but division between human and social organization and political organization and economic organization and nature is presented in another perhaps more famous dystopia, that is the Brave New World. In this case, there is an electric fence protecting the city, the urbanized world, from the natural reservation that is inhabited by savages. Then we have other more recent dystopians, that is Elysium. Elysium, for instance, a movie much more recent. They say that we have a contrast. There is the land, the head is completely polluted, full of waste. But poor people still living in the polluted land, polluted planet, while the rich are living in somewhere else. I show you just a. This is the planet Earth. As you see, it looks like a slum. Overpopulated, polluted, full of disaster. This is Elysium, the artificial planet where the rich people live. And you see it's green and wonderful, like an upper class area. And the third way of representing the relation between human and nature in the future is when there is there is no more border. This is a post-apocalyptic view. And there is no more border because the nature has taken over, and there is no more cultural landscape, or it's going to be destroyed and erased. For instance, maybe you know the Planet of the Apes, a series of books and the movie from the 60s, or something wonderfully written by Ballard, The Drowned World, representing a world where there are giant gymnosperms and iguanas and basilisk. They're living and taking over the place that once was recognized as London. And then there are again other movies, post-apocalyptic movies, or almost post-apocalyptic movies, such as The Day After Tomorrow. In this case, we've got wolves running around the city. And like the iguanas of the Drowned World, these wolves are just not positive animals. There are signs that the nature is malignant, is bad, and is taking over spaces that there used to be anthropic and inhabited by humans. But which kind of environmental discourse are we looking at? So in this different cases, are we looking at anthropocentric environmentalism defined in a utilitarian way? So we must conserve the nature because nature is useful for us. I mean, in a utilitarian way or perspective. Or we can see something that is less anthropocentric, and see, for instance, a deep ecological attitude. Nature is important for itself, not because it's useful to the humans. Or a political ecology attitude. We must pay attention to the different people are paying to the different costs that different people are paying to pollution and to the destroyment of the natural world. Or eventually, can we look at the ecofeminist attitude and see maybe that it's time to overcome this dualism, this barriers between human and non-human animal and the environment. So and try to look quickly at the three different perspectives I've been presenting. The last one, the risk of a takeover, but by nature and the disappearance of the cultural landscape is, in my opinion, is very anthropocentric, because they're just saying, take care. The world is going not to be like we are used to have. So if you don't behave in a certain way, you are going to lose your priorities. Your world is going to be taken over by a malignant nature. The second attitude is the one described in Elysium. Of course, is an issue of environmental justice. So we are looking at the environment within the framework of political ecology. We just think that we must not make people, poor people, racially segregated people, less fortunate people pay for the economic, the rich part of the world. But the last thing, yes, I've got 2 minutes left, last way of thinking, and in my opinion, is most intriguing, is the one presented by the very classic dystopias, such as We, and also the Brave New World, because here the problem is the border. In the movie, in the novel, in We, the main problem is how to go on the other side of the world. So we have this representation of this divide that must be overcome, and this from a post-humanist, feminist perspective, we have to overcome this binarism between.
מתי יש לכם, אמור להיות לנו פשוט שיעור פה?
זה לא, יש פה כנס, תזכור בבקשה כדי לתודה. Usually have your lesson, so they missed the message to another building or something. Sorry.
Okay, and I didn't understand anything, but okay, so I'm finishing. Okay, so from a post-humanist, eco-feminist perspective, the idea is we can look at this border as in the dystopian border as something that should be overcome. So the idea is that we have to overcome the divide between human and nature. The binaries, we can follow the idea of Don Haraway in this perspective, but specifically, Zamyatin, just with this idea of the protagonist that is frightened by this hairy pose. I think that is going a little bit further. It not only is ask for the destruction of this green wall, of this binarism, and of this border between humans and nature, between
Okay, so just to go back to what I was saying, this documentary, it's titled, it's a work in progress documentary. It's titled Story Collectors. I'm not the only one person working on it. We have a team. Divya Hasda, she's an editor. I am an academician, and there is one we have who is a manager and also a short story writer. So we are trying to. So it's like being projected. Yeah. So basically what we are trying to look into is the various forms through which cultural memories are formed, and at the same time, both with certain governances, certain surveillances, camera being one of the mechanism of surveillance. But we are also trying to create a certain kind of a narrative within a narrative. So it's not a linear narrative that you would see, which would talk about the entire gamut of the cultural formation of Santhal memory. So I think let's have a look, and maybe you would have multiple interpretations of the aspect. Just sound.
Sorry, I'm just moving this.
Maybe pause.
Yeah, I'm trying. Okay. Sorry. Just I'm there.
Well, okay. Anyone there to ask a question? Or it's too late and everyone wants to go back?
The bus is also leaving, right?
So if the bus, no, if there is a.
Hello? Is there going to be a question and answer period for this session?
Yes, it's time for question. And I ask it if someone is.
We only have 15 minutes, I guess, for 4 papers. Is that right?
Yeah,
That's not much.
we don't have any questions, so it's a lot.
I guess if there's no questions, there's no questions, right? Everybody can get on the bus.
I have a question actually for you.
Okay.
And just try to understand if the role of the Norwegian missionaries were helping in conserving, preserving the Somali heritage or just shaping it a little while.
Yeah, that is something that it's a very important aspect to it, where there is a possibility of shaping the cultural memory as much as trying to preserve through certain scribes, certain agents who are trying to shift from the oral to the new formed literate culture. But there is a kind of a constant negotiation. Not everything is, of course, there is a kind of an intervention of the Norwegian missionary even today, through this particular, initiative of the SS Inherit in terms of Benagoria as a site which can bring, all the boundaries together. This nationalist discourse is also something which is, coming from the Norwegian side. But I believe rather than seeing it as a kind of an intervention which might take away the burden from the community, I think it's a kind of a dual responsibility. Or, it's a responsibility that is shared amongst the stakeholders. That's what,
Norwegianized Somali culture heritage.
Yeah. So it's a kind of a co-shared, management.
Okay, there is a hand raised by Stanley. Stanley?
Yes, I was wondering if Michelle is still there.
Yes, he's here. Michelle?
Michelle?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, I had a question about looking at your, sort of your latitudinal space along the Niger River. And mentioned in one of the earlier maps, you noted that the Pula people were, responsible for, jihad very, very early on. And I was wondering, I didn't see any later mention of the Fulani and their engagement in some of these, trans-state conflicts, because they are sort of the linchpin to the Boko Haram movement over in Nigeria, and they're pretty involved across the way, all the way to Senegal, practically. I was wondering if you have any comments about that.
Yeah, there was some mention of the Fulani jihad states, as they were called in the 18th century, and on the slide showing all the that maybe you didn't see, on the slide showing the cumulative ancient empire of Sudan, and I showed them just to show that these empires were built on networks of networks, and they were created and they were disintegrated as the links between different groups shifted. And the Fulani were typically a group that was feeling marginalized. And when the Songhai Empire disintegrated, or even the Kanem Empire, because they were present very far east, that when the jihadi states came to the fore, and it was the kind of revenge of the marginalized people. And it was the kind of, one of the main consequences of colonial partitioning was to block these recompositions. So in a way, when you have a group called the which has its name, the defense of the Massina Empire, which does not exist anymore, and which was a Fulani theocracy in the end of the 18th century. This kind of return of memories which had been frozen for a while and that are coming back in a new way. And Binger, when he reached the city of Kong, he spoke of the very powerful kingdom of Kong that had not existed for one good century. And he opposes appreciation of the Mande, of the Malenke. He opposed it to this ugly race of the Fulani, as I said. And the problem with the Fulani is that they don't fit quite well. They're the only people who don't fit well in the distinction introduced by the zonal model. The zonal model is basically between North and North Africa, Black Africa, White Africa, Arab Africa, and the Fulani. It's not for nothing that they are called the Jews of West Africa. They were called the red people. They were the white race, the black race, and the red Fulani. So they, of course, have a very much importance in this region. But I mentioned them in a couple of slides that probably all your slides that you didn't. So and my presentation was not on the conflict as such, but it was on our model shapes our grids of understanding and fails to make the conflict legible.
If you want to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was turning my back on you. I thought it came from there.
With the other, okay. We have, because they call us, the bus is waiting for us. I'm very sorry. So this session started late.
Your question.
But
we are very much hurried out of this place now.
Okay, I think I have a request.
Yes.
Can you take a picture?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
So all together, so that we can all be in the same frame.
Yes. Okay.
And Stanley, smile.
I'm taking a picture. No, okay.
I can't do anything with the camera off.
The funniest session I've ever participated in my life.
Excellent.
Yes.
And I know it was a cut.
Yeah,
there was not much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
No, I think that's what.